Já chci ten mirror.
Tohle je na tebe.
Já poslouchám lidi, když mi co mám dělat, takže...
Test. Raz, dva. Test. Raz, dva. Test. Jo, tady, už jede?
Jo.
Test, zvuk máš? Dobrý? Právě my jsme tohle testovali, jo, jako, super. Tady, aby to šlo do místnosti.
To je jenom ta místnost.
Výborně. My jsme tam doladili tohle, takže tohle můžeme zatím takto. Ano.
Co se týká počítače,
Ano. Ano, jo, jasně, zaspalo to. Super. Dobrý, děkuju. Když tak tady tohle.
se mi jde na 93 nebo kolik, jo?
Výborně. Super, máme plán, děkuju. Super. S tím, že teďka jede do toho streamu z audio stále, že?
Ano.
A tohle je jenom do místnosti tady.
Jo, jako my si to ochytáváme po svým, takže tohle...
Jasně. Super. Ondra, dobrý?
We have 5 minutes.
Dobrý? Yeah. 5 minutes. I'm checking here.
Yeah, I didn't notice that. Just have my mobile.
That helps. We were afraid we won't have enough time, to set up the audio because we use.
Yeah, I know. I was here, but I think it should be okay.
Yes. Now we should be good. I will just unmute over here so they hear me in the room, but we're good. Yeah, going to work. Good. Yeah, we're opening. Let's see if it's going to go up, or down, right? Because often people are coming after work, in the afternoons, etc. Right? Let's see. Yeah, I'm using this. We're good. Jedeme. Všechno v pohodě zatím? No, čekáme. Ondra to tam ovládá. Abo, jak je tak, nevím, jak je na Telegrame. Prosím? Všechno by malo jít, ano, to jsme testovali, jenom to tady odmítnu do místnosti, jo. Teďka nemluvíme do místnosti. Ale na streamu už to jede, už by to, jestli se koukáte na ty streamy, byste to tam měli vidět, jenom tady si odmítnu.
A ono to jde do streamu, ten mikrofon.
Jo. A to nevadí. Few more minutes. Hello. We are still waiting for others to sit down, etc. But for those who like Slido, feel free to start playing with the QR code and provide some early feedback in the type of whatever expectation we would like to take away. And I will be checking out. Okay, so looks like we are ready to start. So let me welcome you again at Developer Conference 2023 after a few years of a break. And it's really my pleasure to be opening this session of talks here at the Agility and Day and Leadership tracks. Please feel free to scan the QR code. This is just, my way of gathering your feedback during the talk. At the end, we want to spend some time also at the Q&A session. But also, if you have anything else, feel free to raise during the talk, and let's try to make it interactive for those here in presence. Unfortunately, those who are online can still use this QR code to, start providing some questions for the Q&A session, or I will change it at the end for the feedback if you would like to improve for the future of the talks, etc. With that being said, I will start with a very brief introduction. So I'm also one of those all-time Red Hatters since 2006, and actually it has been quite a few years since I had about technical talks here at the Developer Conference about security features, SC Linux, and all the stuff which is pretty much used today for the containers you are most likely also using. But today I will have a non-technical talk, and I'm really curious to see, some feedback already here. I see one vote. Why are you here? Or if you want to, shout out, what are expectations? Anyone? I know you. Okay, that counts. Anyone? I don't. No? So, who's in a technical, role or position? Just to, so many technical, non-technical role or position. A little bit less, okay. So this was really hard for me to, to guess what will be the target audience, and I was actually expecting quite the opposite, right? Much less technical people and more non-technical roles. So I will try to adjust it, but again, feedback welcome even during, and we will continuously keep improving it together. So I will start with really a lot of text, but it's not so important. This is more for those who want to review or watch it online. But what was the motivation? How I ended up in, pretty much even proposing this kind of talk for the developer conference here today. So in 2019, I switched from engineering after 13 years to the IT, and last few years, the IT infrastructure organization was growing. Based on the complexity, teams were being merged, et cetera, and with the size, there comes a lot of challenges. And one of those challenges was really, how can we get organized better internally to serve the needs of the internal customers? So looking at the audience and knowing now it's 90+% pretty much over here, so you are the customers of all the internal bits and pieces of the internal infrastructure. And we want it to be, as you can see also here, seen as one. Not like, we are serving duplicate, offerings, services. Some of them are even competing. It's really kind of hard after, such a merging of the teams and bringing new people in. The complexity in regards to the collaboration and communication was kind of becoming really complex and a burden. So there was an idea based on a few years ago when I read a book about the team topologies. For those who are familiar, give me thumbs up, even here in person, so I know how many people are already familiar. Great. And for those who don't, really, feel free to read the book. It's easy to digest. You can open it up anywhere and start reading, or just Google the term team topologies for your inspiration and maybe learn something new. And it was really the idea. How can we approach this challenge to design our ecosystem in a better way? And really, this is the list of all the and even more items we wanted to at least try to address. This is one of the slides I used 1+ year ago, really during the early introductions to the team. So this is not something prepared just for today, but just as create the flow of this talk. On the left-hand side, you can see what we were already working on adopting and pretty much saturating the ecosystem with the agile ways of working, with a focus on the delivery. And this is where there was a good fit from my perspective with the concepts and approach of team topologies. Also, we were already working and moving towards adopting and growing the product management practices. So this was also well aligned. And what we haven't had yet, and we are also working on, is really start focusing and build the foundations to bring us closer to the right-hand side, which is the business and the leadership side of the equation. And that's the voice of the customer, like kind of approach. And our goal, really, to focus on the satisfaction of the customers. Again, for the technical folks, the TLDR version is on this slide, but we will talk more in detail on the following slide. This is pretty much the agenda for today, and really 10,000-foot kind of approach. So our journey was from as is, where back then, today, where can we get, where do we want to be? And we use the team topologies, again, just as one of the main communication languages. As you will see, this is also for inspiration, because from my perspective and experience, which was the most valuable part of it, is really something you shouldn't be afraid, just to start working with it, and you will see some results pretty much soon, I say. So we started with a brief introduction of the team topologies. Then we had to create a map where we are. What do we have today, right? That's the number 2, as-is state. Then, of course, you start seeing quite a lot of complexity, as you will see on a few slides later. So we need to start calibrating, normalizing, and pretty much making it readable, because it will, shock you how complex is your world around you. Then we introduce something which you will see, zoom out to simplify the high-level complexity into something which is, again, possible cognitively just to assess and analyze what do we have and start moving really toward the to-be state. Because this is why we are doing it, right? We are not doing it just to know where we are, but we want to improve and get better at something. And the last part is really start executing. And is maybe not on this slide, but later you will see GEFN, which stands for good enough for now. And this is something which I will really recommend. Don't try to make it perfect and avoid making any steps or any changes, because it will be never perfect. Really, get it into the state where you feel it's good enough to get you moving forward, make one step forward, but quickly and iteratively, assess, accept the feedback, adjust, and in the cycles keep moving. This is where the alignment with these sessions or these tracks with the agility comes into the play. One of the important part in my recommendation was also to do the due diligence. Are we really looking and thinking in the right way? Is it going to help us? And this is just for those, and I might also help the technical audience here, how to do the due diligence. I had very good experience with the tools like the ToughWorks Radar. This is in the upper right corner. This is Radar where they are evaluating, the trends, the technologies, and giving recommendations in the form adopt, hold, or avoid, etc. So this is really something important if you haven't heard about it. And it gave us kind of the reassurance, yes, this idea is really promising and should give us some valuable results. As you can see, since May 2020, they were advocating for adopting the product management practices for the internal platforms, which was exactly our case. Also, from the engineering products, platform for the engineering products, this was confirmed in the several other evaluations. But with one important item which I wanted to mention to you, to hold with the miscellaneous platform teams. That means don't overdo it, right? Don't put platform everywhere because you just have an idea or now it's trendy to call everything platform. No, really be careful, because this leads to kind of lack of quality of those platforms where you are missing the understanding what's the purpose, why is it here. So don't put platform, try to kind of get the platform onto everything. So be careful and really pay attention whether it's and what type of the platform are you looking after. And when I was preparing the slides for the talk, this is in the lower right-hand side. Adopt is few days old information that still they are recommending to continue adopting and applying the product management to the internet platform. So this is something which can help you to get the buy-in from your management or leadership team, and that's why I thought it's important. And also to confirm that your idea is going to be successful. And another important, or from my side recommended, analyst firm, Gartner, is also something which confirmed that yes, this is something where the industry is moving. Now we are starting on this slide already with what is the platform as a product. The TT stands for the team topologies. And this is really the screenshots from all the materials you can get online. This is also what I forgot to mention. The objective for today is not to go into the details. We don't have enough time. But I just wanted to get you started, or feel free to find me. I will be here till Sunday, and we can talk about it more in detail. But this is something which I'm expecting you will have time, either to search online. I can recommend some, places where to get to know. Also, the Team Topologies has quite nice web pages and a lot of resources for you to self-study and pretty much get you up and running. So what's the platform as a product? So platform is a curated experience for the engineer. This is how they define it, which goes the engineers, so you here, if I understood correctly, as a technical guys, are those customers. And this is what was also our case. We wanted to get closer, provide higher value to the internal customers. It's not going to be the next day, but this is the long-term pursuit. And platform as a product. So what does it stand for you? To treat the platform as a product for volunteer internal customers. And the volunteer is really important. It's not something which you will be forcing, this is the only platform, you have to do it exactly and only this way. This wouldn't be aligned also with the spirit of this conference, open source. But really, it should be guiding you by the customer focus to make sure it's reliable, it's usable for the customers, being the internal engineers or communities, etc. And also down here I listed a few bullet points, which is really important for you to start thinking already to help you to define well your platform. What are the behaviors platforms? We will get more in details about this later. What is the purpose of the platform? This is the most critical, and this is also something which was misused by the concept of the miscellaneous, unclear platforms. And the metrics. If you don't know where you are, like GPS coordinates, etc., it doesn't get you too far, right? So the metrics to see the progress, if you are moving, if the anticipated results are getting towards you, that's it. This is another loaded of information. There's no intention to teach you today to team topologies. Over here, I will just very briefly mention, just quick guide or quick sheet kind of information. What are the bits and pieces we started working on? And very briefly, onboarded pretty much everyone we needed, from the management, SMEs, senior engineers, etc. So the team topologies on the right-hand side is using this kind of, I call it like visual language, which depicts the team interactions, the 3 team interactions, and team types. 4 fundamental team types, and 1 which is at the very top, undefined team type. And this is what you will find most often at the very beginning, when it's unclear. What should it be? What is it? Where should be positioned? But over the time, as you start discussing, you will figure it out. Oh, actually, this team fits the concept of the streamlined team, or we would like to evolve it into the enabling team, etc. For those who read the team topologies book or some articles, it will be maybe something you are aware already, and the Conway's law, or how to pronounce it. And over here, I will mention it again later, because this was one of the most valuable part. And there is a concept where you reverse it. So instead of designing the technology design and technical architecture around the organizational structure, you try to do the very opposite. You try, and this was also our challenge or one of the aspirations, to improve how we are organized internally, not vice versa, but to match the technical architecture and the technical needs for the internal platforms. And this was also something which I would focus or recommend to focus on, to try to focus on the technical needs first, and then organize the people, avoiding to get into who's reporting to who, how we are pretty much in the org chart organized today, and etc. So one of the most important parts for team types, streamlined, enabling, complicated platform. You can revisit the definitions later. This is not so important for today. For today, what's the most important is the very bottom one, the platform team, because this is what we'll be focusing on, and the concept of the streamlined team also. Because the platform team's purpose, as you can see, is to provide the service and the compelling product to the internal, most likely or most targetedly, the streamlined teams who are focused on the continuous value delivery, and to focus on pretty much not being interrupted or spending too much unnecessary time on figuring out on their own what do they need, how to achieve it. That's the part for the platform team to address by providing what's shown here as XaaS, the triangle, which is something as a service. And this is the basic, the main concept also within the context of this talk, platform teams offering something as a service to the streamlined teams and others within the organization. Any questions at this point? Because it's familiar maybe to me, but there is a lot of information. Okay, so let's jump right into the example to get you started. As I explained on the previous slide, the basic, visual kind of symbols. At the very bottom, you can see the platform team. Right? This is the team which is offering a service. What kind of services are your teams using? Anyone? Feel free to shout out.
Snowflake.
Snowflake, okay. Anything else? You're silent. I know it's morning.
It's actually confidential.
Confidential, okay. But you have your teams are using services which are maintained and provided by some other teams, right? And this was the main idea. This is why I wanted to re-emphasize this now, that we wanted to focus on adopting the product management practices how to run the platforms. So not just any other team, because easily just shift towards we do everything, right? But really to understand the concept of the self-service, which is the X as a service kind of goal, right? So on this picture, you can see in the middle the yellow streamline teams. Look at it, in our case, mostly running using the Scrum, but pretty much it can be engineering team. It can be some front-end team or another development team pretty much dealing with the end-to-end delivery. But also you can see here the kind of interactions. At the beginning, the first two teams at the top, the yellow one, need to collaborate. This is what it means. Also, towards the later stages of the delivery, the very top one, streamline team, needs to facilitate and get some help from the enabling team. The purpose of the enabling team is to help to adopt something new, which the new team doesn't have, the streamline team doesn't have yet, but their goal is to teach them how to do it, to make them autonomous. In the context of something which we are not going to be using very often here, but is the complicated subsystem team. And the complicated subsystem team is the type of the team where there is some really high-level expertise required, and it's better to let the team to do it for you instead of spending a lot of effort and time to show you and to teach you how to do it on your own. And they will come and get it done, get the job done for you. At the very bottom again, this is the platform team serving the services, and that's it. But let's move on, because these diagrams will get into the real situation. This is something very easy. Cool. So after a couple of weeks of we introduced what is the streamline team, what is the platform, etc., we were starting to map across the whole organization. So what do we have? The as is state today. And this is one of the snapshots. It was even bigger, let me put it this way, but I wanted to something that will fit the screen. And on the mirror, which has a good integration with this kind of visual diagrams for the team topologies, by the way. And this is how we started mapping. So different teams started. So what do we do? Who do we serve? Who do we interact with? What interactions do we have? So really mapping out the as is state. Why I'm showing you, it will get easily, depending on the size and the complexity of the environment, into something like this, which is really pretty much even impossible for one person to understand completely. And that's why also we wanted to start calibrating. Do we see some patterns? Do we see something we are pretty much already mapping duplicitly, and etc. So this is where we spend a lot of time, to calibrate, adjust, and repeat until we again understood, yes, this is good enough for now, and we are ready to move forward. When we felt ready, that is polished enough after the calibrations and adjustments, we've introduced the concept of something which is the internal platform topology, so pretty much just encapsulated. This is the red arrow. So instead of looking at the platform, which is consisted or built of another internal platforms or streamlined, etc., you just don't need this detail anymore. You just hide it, and you just represent it as one platform on the right-hand side. Is it showing? No, over here. So this helps you to visually, hide the unnecessary details. Again, not to get distracted by something you don't need to solve at this point. But this is helping you to understand and get as enough as possible clarity about what is the purpose of these platforms, who are we interacting with, facilitating, collaborating, etc. And especially this was the point where we started focusing on mapping the external teams, the internal customers, external from our perspective as an organization, but still internal within Red Hat. So this is how we oversimplified, but again, by zooming out and merging those platforms into one bigger picture. So this is the concept I wanted to show you, because again, depending on the complexity and size of the environment, most likely you will also end up with something like this. And this is, again, is not important, the content, the specific, names, etc., but just, again, to give you the feel and the idea what most likely you will be ending up with. Also, you can see that we started or needed or felt like we need to start making or adding more information, like those red bubbles. Like, what are the gaps? What are the challenges? What works for us already today? But again, this was still part of mapping and getting good enough clarity as one of the first half of the process to understand and refine the internal platform use. So this is how do we see ourselves internally. And if you remember, at the very top, our goal is to be seen as one team externally. So we will hide it. So this is how we also mapped out the external perspective and their needs. We needed to spend a lot of time, and this was pretty much the biggest effort to understand the external customers. We needed to start adding the other tools like the spreadsheets, a lot of discussions, dialogues, but really, who are the customers? To map them, because it's not like just the names, but we introduced some sort of persona mapping. Are the developers, are the sysadmins, are there in some marketing teams, are there, you call it out, you name it, right? Really, to represent them and to normalize them into something which will be, again, easier to work with moving forward when we list it, and this is one of the bullet points. So what do we own today? Are we going to offer it, till when, right? Does it still make sense? Well, again, repeat until you feel it's good enough for now to start you moving forward. And this is something which we more or less, as a Polish version, ended up. So roughly 10 plus teams in regards to the streamlined teams who were focusing on the continuous value delivery to the customers. But from the customer perspective, they are not, and they don't need to be visible. They are encapsulated by the platforms. You can see here that we also, keeping in mind the Convoy's law and the inverse maneuver of Convoy, pretty much understood that, oh, actually, we are also layering the platforms internally already. So all of this above is what will be seen as one huge platform from the customer perspective, but internally we had some core platform. You can understand like network services. If you need to rack and stack and get everything in place, and the top of, you need some, services also at the top or in the middle, I would call it, between, at the very top, you can understand that could be like the cloud infrastructure for you. Where the abstraction is really at the higher levels, but also closer to the real customers. And also, this is not intended to be precise, but to get you the feel, but it's quite, let's say, good enough complexity, how we really ended up pretty much simplifying all the completing, and if you remember the couple of slides down, the huge bubbles of different teams, different services, etc. We also ended up with quite a few teams which are called in the purple kind of verticals, and these are the enabling teams. These can be either teams of someone specialized or teams enabling mostly through the facilitating, like the delivery functions or another shared functions within the organization. And also we needed some of the specialized functions which really are the complicated subsystem teams to be closely either present within the three platforms as they are layered from the foundation to the very top platform level, or even separately and serving the whole organization. Any questions at this point?
How do they communicate? You have three different stages of internal platform teams. The low level and up to the high level.
This is more from the technical perspective, usually, as I mentioned, the network, right? First, it doesn't make sense to serve any cloud services if they are not connected, right? So this is the network layer, and it's being used even internally. So the platform above is using the services offered within the within that large platform for their own needs. So this is, for example, this triangle. So use
Communicate as a service.
yes, yes, and this is again oversimplified. This is like the blueprint to adopt, to present, and now we will get to the point like how to execute the change. It's not overnight. And this is also what the team topologies kind of addresses or helps you to guide through. They are providing some specific patterns, again, depending on your field of the technology domain, how to evolve the team. So most likely even today, when you have just a streamlined teams who are serving the services for their own, how to decouple it, how to know what should become or turn into the platform and what should be separated just for supporting the flow of the delivery not being interrupted by some delays or some specialized functions, and to move and try to move toward the self-service kind of mentality where you're enabling the internal customers to serve themselves to their needs while you are maintaining the internal product for them at a high quality. Does that answer your question?
Yes, but it's complicated.
It's complicated, yes. That's why I also said this. This is something which I drew intentionally, not really giving the names, because it wouldn't make sense. This is really depending on the internal context, but from the customer perspective, they're seeing external to the infrastructure platform, they are experiencing just a couple services for them. Again, I'm not specifying, there are more, but it will be, again, hard to read, but this is just to give you an idea that you will define, these are the internal platforms serving the internal, but this is like 2 encapsulations levels here we are looking at, but also we have a lot of externally facing services because this is our primary, objective, right? Cool. Any other questions? Yes?
How do you handle deprecations on platform level as other things are dependent on the platform, but you need to upgrade some services, you are running things like that, but things are struggling with capacity and to upgrade their libraries that depends on platform, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any easy way how to handle something like this?
So the question is how to handle the dependencies between the teams and the platforms, right? And is your question from the customer external perspective or internal? Because it will be the same, kind of.
Internal customer.
Okay, okay. So in that case, this is exactly where also from the perspective of team topologies, the product kind of mindset and practices come in place. How do you release something which are the cross dependencies? And this is where the collaboration, the communication is the key. And this was also one of the anticipated benefits we wanted or desired to get out of this approach, to align better. So try to remove these unnecessary dependencies, to try to avoid or mitigate them where that doesn't make sense and bring them closer for the more effective. So these dependencies or the cyclical or the circle of the dependencies will be kind of not even avoided, but through the collaboration, close collaboration and communication, minimized. If that answers the question. We will need to look at the specific technical, but this is actually the concept of the convoys law, where either the organization is, or the software architecture is going to mimic the organizational structure, but we wanted to do it opposite. So when you try to design the teams in a way that fits better the technology architecture, this kind of goes away, or you are iteratively moving towards removing this and minimizing the impact. But to be honest, it's impossible to avoid it completely, right? So it will still be there. Okay, any other questions? Starting with the Q&A only? Okay, so I will go very briefly. We have 5 last minutes. Definition and the formation of the new teams. When you are done with your architecture, how to start executing, right? And this is the most important part also from my perspective, an experience to focus on the teams, not on the individuals, right? These are very recommendations. And also, what I haven't mentioned is that it's important to try to avoid getting into the people discussions till the very last moment possible, and to focus on your design and the architecture first. Because this will be much easier when you are clear and you see the benefits, why it's better to design this internal architecture this way, and just gather what do we need. Also, what's important, clarity of the roles, responsibilities, and the measurements. So you know where you are at and if you are moving in the right direction, because this won't be possible to do everything at the one time. Also, long list of observed benefits. You will get the slides. Also, it will be in the recording, so you can get through it later. We already mentioned many of those, which let me have a look at it. We haven't mentioned very quickly from my experience to adopt and understand. It might be overwhelming for the half an hour talk, but definitely when you have more time to look at it, it's easy to get you started and introduce to your teams. Also, I mentioned one of the few bullet points, communication, the collaboration really improved significantly. we've already had some experience with the product management. It was also one of the goals, as we had a mixed environment. Some were moving or operating more in the project management-like ways. Some were already working with the product management, practices, etc. But all of them had the kind of desire, and it was also important to have the commitment from the leadership and the organizational kind of decision to work within the agile ways of working or modern ways of working, as we can call it, etc. And the visual language is what I like. Also created this presentation within the Miro. So the Miro was a very, very helpful tools. A lot of other, noteworthy substances. When I was we were moving toward the end of, pretty much getting ready to start executing the change, the unfix was very important also for me. So if you want to go further, even maybe less technical, the unfix is something I would recommend, or to motivate you to have a look at. Also, if you are in a position facing a lot of project management, the PMI Agile Discipline Toolkit really is something I have very good experience working with. If you are in the more agile Scrum environment, Scrum at Scale, and also the Open Practice Library is another great resource of knowledge. And the knowledge management is something I will end this slide with, because this is critical. Not just technical, but really the knowledge and the experience in general, and have a good knowledge management strategy, ready to support the folks transitioning into new responsibilities, where you need to grow the new skills, etc. With that being said, thank you very much. Feel free to provide a question. I will check yours, or for those online, questions and answers. Last few minutes.
Which kind of metrics do you use that are understood by the management?
Metrics?
Yes.
Yeah, so pretty much, yes, I can answer very briefly. You remember those 3 platforms? So these were, and this is where I like the unfix, the concept of the turf, to make sure these are the areas of the closest as most interactive collaboration, but again, try to reduce the complexity and the size as much as possible. And that's why I like also the team-first approach, not to have 10, 15 people like teams, but really try to have smaller teams, which are much more flexible, and if the type of the work allows it, to be autonomous. Any other questions? There are questions. Read it out. Results. Inspiration. Okay. Any other questions? I don't see. I just see one there. Miro.
I see like 6.
6? Come on. What's going on?
Should I read it?
Yes, please.
What advice would you give to someone trying to build a platform team today?
What advice would you give to someone to build a platform team today? Just get started, really. Don't avoid it, and focus on really what do you have today, and especially focus on the customers, because this is why you are here, right? You are here to serve the internal customers or even external customers. Any other question?
Should platform team have a product manager if platform team is treated as a product?
It's definitely helpful if you have at least someone who's knowledgeable and skilled. And this is also what I meant by the knowledge management, that if you don't have the experience, you might struggle. And I would really recommend also to spend on building the foundations, being at various agile kind of ways of working, the product management, etc. Question?
Actually, a follow-up to that question, because I was working in a team that was providing a platform for 2 years without a PM, and it was hell. We had to talk to business, and we're engineers. We don't know how to talk.
Yes, yes. So there was a comment that without the product manager is really hard, and this is really where you are here to focus on the customer, and the product management should, I'm not saying it always, but should help you to be better at it, and you need to grow the skills. It's not just one-man show, definitely, and also from the product management perspective, focus on the value, what's valuable for the customer, not for you, because this is very common for the technical people and organizations. They focus on what's easy or what they like to do, but it might not be the best for the customer. So this is where the product manager and someone really skilled and good at it can help you to pretty much get better. Any other questions? I know we are 2 minutes over the time.
How do you deal with lack of expertise with the language
Just
no HCL, hash code language, knowledge, but using Terraform for self-service infra code?
that's a complicated question. I'm not going to take it probably this time.
I'll find you later, is my question.
Thank you. Feel free to stop by. So thank you very much again, and have a great rest of the conference. Thank you.
Edo, ja som tie slidy upravila trochu. Dala som menej textu. Dala som ikonky. Ďakujem moc. Jo, inak ste super. Ďakujem vám moc za to. Edo, potrebujem si nastaviť We still have 3 minutes, so take your time. Meanwhile, a few days ago, Rammstein went to Slovak Republic. Who was there? Only one person? Oh, never mind. No Rammstein fans here. So, good day, hello, welcome everyone, and thank you for joining me today for my first talk ever here at conference. Thank you very much. Few people couldn't be here today, which are my parents, so let me say hi to them to live stream because they are watching. Čau mami, čau oci, to je moja prvá prednáška. Also, my parents can't speak English, so please, once upon a time you can laugh just for nothing, so they are proud, so I'm doing a good job. So, who am I? My name is Andrea Fickova, and I work as an Agile practitioner at Red Hat. And in Agile, I have about 2 years of experience before I gained 2 years of experience in development. And just a few months ago, I finished my master's degree study on Masaryk University, also here in Brno. Yay! And as you noticed, I migrated from this faculty to another one. That's what people usually do when they are studying here. I work as an Agile practitioner with hybrid, but also with remote teams. For clarification, hybrid team is a team where part of the team members are co-located at least in one city, but another part works spread it around the world. And today, I want to show you how I engage these people so they make close relationships, because in working environment which is spreaded, it's not that easy. However, it brings a lot of advantages we already well known, right? So for employer, he can get various people with a lot of expertise and talent from all around the globe. But for employee, it means that you can get more job opportunities and much more flexibility. And when you are not seeing each other, it brings also disadvantages. First one is lack of trust. It is important because when you want to say you made a mistake at work, it's okay to say, "Hey Fernando, I made a mistake, can you help me?" Thank you, I knew that because he's a good guy. If I wouldn't have trust in Fernando, I wouldn't ask him for help, and then I wouldn't be able to solve my issue. Feeling of loneliness. Maybe people of you are working with your teams in office, but some of you can be like too far away from others, working from home, really lonely, and that is not also psychologically safe, and I believe you want to keep your teammates happy. And overall, there might happen ineffective communication, because when you're meeting each other face to face, you are able to break boundaries much easier. There are also some cultural differences, and then you know how to speak with each other. With face-to-face team, or team which is co-located and they're meeting each other on daily basis in the office, it's easier because they can go together for a coffee, grab a lunch together, or play some game that is available in the office, for example, billiard or maybe VR. So what is the solution to connect these people when they are not working together? You can bring these activities to online environment. And ideas for that are to schedule virtual coffees, to schedule virtual team building / fun activities, to do office day, which is unfortunately only for hybrid teams I was mentioning, and you can engage your team asynchronously. Virtual coffee is event with which you want to simulate situation when you ask your colleague to grab a coffee with you. At this meeting, you can chit-chat completely about anything you want, but you can also help yourself and set the topic here. You can do this by asking a question. For example, what was the most ridiculous conspiracy theory you ever heard? Or you can do picture sharing with some particular topic, for example, your picture from teenage, your picture as you were a baby, or anything else. Believe me, when you do this on a meeting, you will have a lot of topic to talk about, and you can spend 1 whole hour at least talking about anything. Much more things you can do when you are doing fun activities. You can do quizzes, you can do quick online games, or other online games I would like to introduce you at least briefly. Quizzes. Who does not like them, right? First idea, quizzes. So, in general, you need a facilitator. Unfortunately, that person won't be an active player, but still can have a lot of fun. And there you might create a lot of rules, like taking care of ranking system. You can get plus point or plus 100 point, whatever you like. You can play these games in teams, so within your team you can create 2 or 3 small teams, or you can play it on individually. And don't forget to keep the time for questions. You don't want your fellas to think about one question for 10 minutes, right? First idea of quiz is quiz about teammates. For this quiz, you need to collect data about your teammates. I used for that Google Forms, and there I asked various questions like, what's your favorite sport? What was your first job? What's your hobby? And I also leave there space for letting them write any random facts they would like to share about themselves. Then I prepared questions with another option, so I had to make up option B or C. After that, I noticed that some questions are really frequently answered, so I created categories so we have much more fun. But before we really dived into game, I let my fellas to review and approve their questions about them, so they feel safe of what they are sharing, and they helped me to make quiz more tricky, which is what you really want. So for game intro, I showed the rules. Then I created a table with names and categories, and score table, because we need a winner, right? And the game looked like this. I chose Engist for job for 200 points. Then it got you to another slide. It was made in Google Slides. And then you could see the question. And I wanted my team to have TV show experience, so I made a lot of transitions, and all the options were like flying from left side, like A, junior QE, B, makeup artist, or C, graphic designer. My lessons learned after this were that at first I could have done categories and then figure out questions, but I got idea of categories too late. Another idea is to do not quiz about your teammates, but some general overview quiz or pub quiz. For this, you can choose random questions from various categories like sport, music, history, and I can advise you to take a look on mentimeter.com, but ChatGPT will help you as well. And for example, it can be questions like, Queen guitarist Brian May is an also expert in what scientific field? Who would like to answer? Yeah, Nico?
Astrophysics, yeah.
Correct. It's astrophysics. Good job. Then you can do quiz about guessing the place. So you need to collect pictures of various places. Don't make it too random. So if you live in small village and you will take a picture of random street, it won't work. But if you also take a picture of Eiffel Tower, everyone knows that it's in Paris, correct? So you don't want to make it too easy. And another question. What is there in the right corner? What's the place there? Who would like to guess? Italy. Yeah. Great. I don't know. I will take a look later. To do these activities, you need a lot of time. Especially quiz about teammates were super time consuming, but I don't regret any second or minute doing that. And my friends, my teammates are my friends. They had a lot of fun. They were engaged, and making them happy is just everything for me. But if you don't want to spend that much time doing these quizzes, you can play quick online games. Examples are Scrabble.io or Gartic Phone. It's more maybe for artists, and because you have to draw with mouse there. Scrabble.io is really simple. One of your teammates gets 3 options and chooses one word which they will draw there. And on the right side from the picture, there is a chat where you can write your guess. And when you write it, when it's correct, you get points. And the game ends whether when everyone guesses a correct answer or until your time runs up. And another, and my very favorite, which I'm too biased for that, I guess, is Gartic Phone. You are driving that again with your mouse. And let's say you play in a team of 5 people, and everyone writes some ridiculous, really ridiculous sentence. For example, giraffe on the moon is placing USA flag. It can be also something else, an elephant eating a burger. You have 5 sentences like this, and they are reshuffled among your team members. So you can get drawing like this. Then you have 5 drawings that are reshuffled again to another people, and they are guessing again. So in this case, they kind of got it, that elephant is eating a burger. And it repeats, so then you are drawing again what you see. And the last person writes what it is. Gartic Phone is a great game. There are multiple playing modes. You can play with time, you can make it faster. Making it faster is even more fun and also engaging. Other activities I can recommend to you are online games we all know, like CSGO or Among Us. They are whether for free or they are very cheap. And then 2 other possibilities. For this, you don't need any online tool, only Google Meet or any other video conference you are using with your fellas. And the first fun game is about taking picture of inside of your fridge and showing it to others. There is one facilitator who collects those pictures and shows to everyone. Do it spontaneously. You don't want people to cheat and put their all healthy stuff. And endless possibilities. Every one of you in your team will show one random thing from your household. For example, this. Does anyone know who is this?
Makeup.
Yeah, I heard makeup. It's eyeshadow palette I use for myself. Wait. All right. Office day. As I mentioned at the beginning, it's for a hybrid team. So when you have few members who are working, let's say, from Brno, but they are not visiting office, they are working in home, you can schedule one day, let's say 1 day in a week, when all of you will meet, and you can do activities like coffees, etc., and you can combine it with activities like Gartic phone, and when you have team members who are from other part of the world, you can connect with them. I believe every one of us has equipment in the offices for that. For asynchronous engagement, you don't need much, again, just some text communication channel, and I believe everyone has that because you just need to type with your fellas. And there you can do, for example, some thread. In our team, we have a Monday thread, and in this thread, we are sharing random personal pictures, for example, from our weekend, and we are sharing there what we done, and or even it can be picture like from last Wednesday, right? And then you can know something more about your friends. Then you can ask a question. If you remember, as I was talking about virtual coffee and setting the topic, you can do the same there as well. So you can ask here, again, question about most ridiculous conspiracy theory and let people to write it. And for all of this I mentioned before, you can use chit-chat channel, where you will talk about non-work related topics, share memes. If you find some super article and you want to show it to everyone, you can. It has, however, one disadvantage, and it's spontaneity. What does it mean? When I'm in the office and I come to my friend, hey Irka, do you want to go for a coffee with me? Sure. Thanks, let's go. So it's not scheduled, it's really in random time, in random day, and that is missing because you have to kind of schedule everything when you're doing it online. But it has still multiple benefits because your team is bonded, communication gets better, problem solving gets better, overall cooperation, when boundaries are broken, it's better. And best practices I would like to share is, if you are, let's say, manager, be sure that you have time capacity for these activities. Don't overload your team too much, so they can have at least 1 hour in a week to do at least virtual coffee. Be careful about time zones, so don't schedule virtual coffee for 10 a.m. Central European time, because you don't want your teammates to wake up at 4 in USA. But you can ask them if they want it, if of course, like, you know. Ask your team what they want and let them vote for that. In my case, I did, again, Google form, and I asked if they want virtual coffee, virtual team building, office day, etc., etc. I asked for date, and I asked for time, and I scheduled the most perfect time for them. You can find organizer. It can be you, or it can be other volunteer, specifically for fun activities. Each time it can be someone else from your team. Lucy will create activity, then Kasia will create activity, etc., etc. You can do fun activities when you are having virtual coffee. It can save you time. So sometimes during virtual coffee, we are asking questions, sharing pictures, or we are playing Arctic Phone. And last but not least, don't make it mandatory. This is opportunity for your team to become closer, and you don't want to force them. Also, someone can be more introverted and does not like talking too much with people and interact that much, and it's okay. So pick up at least one activity I showed you, try it. You can make changes after some feedback you get from your team, and try it again until your team is perfectly happy. And now tell me, are you doing anything from this already with your team, or what are you taking with yourself from today?
That you will facilitate a lot of our activities.
I already do, Kasia. Maybe. Yeah?
I think that you can share one activity that we do in our team or started doing a couple of months ago. So we've noticed that especially younger associates have troubles getting confidence in their work. So we started to do something called Fail Fridays. So we share, where teammates share the failures they made during the work and the way they learned from there. So especially the younger associates can see that it's normal to fail, and that's the way to learn. So fail Fridays.
Very nice. That's a really nice idea. Thank you for that. Someone else who wants to share? No one?
Yeah, we do the virtual coffees, but like we don't have any like special topics or something. Usually the topic kind of creates itself.
Great, that's also good.
It's often work, but not always.
Thank you for sharing. Nico?
The most difficult part of the virtual coffee is to start talking about work. You have somebody that says like, oh yeah, just to chat them up, you step an organized way. Without an organizer who steps up to do this, like, if you just come into the meeting and just sit there, then you spontaneously start talking about work.
It happens. You need to train hard. Yeah, you lost one, right?
But yes. But is it a problem when you talk about work then?
Well, we talk about work all the time.
But we don't, because we are out of the team. Like
no, like you have stand-ups and other meetings and stuff like this. There's plenty of time to talk about work. This is specifically about something that doesn't make you fancy.
Yeah.
Well, unless you're introvert.
Someone else who would like to share? Yeah?
So, I'm from India, so in India people are very like, they used to have tea, which is known as chai. So we have a one event which is known as Chai Pe Charcha, where like it's similar like chit-chat thing. Along with that, like on a monthly basis, we also like celebrate our teammates' birthdays. We like virtually we send them cake along with like some personalized message and some good vouchers. So people like very feel connected and they.
Great, thank you. Yeah?
I can share a couple of things. Like one of those is we have, our company provides a budget for a team gathering. I think it works because my company is located within one country, different areas, but still. And we can do monthly meetups or quarterly meetups. Like a couple of days ago, we had a one-day meetup where we rented a house, had barbecue, and such kind of things. Also, when it comes to this chatting and stuff, it's kind of a spontaneous thing. But I think that kind of works best for the team I've been, teams without I have been, is basically having some sort of feedback sessions, like direct feedback sessions where you kind of amputate like the anything except the direct feedback free. So in that way, you prevent people from kind of wondering what the other people thinks about them, because a lot of insecurities comes from that. As colleagues said, like you're afraid to fail and stuff. It's normal because you can always say to someone, okay, you did this, maybe we can try, or to help or whatever. So I believe that kind of that encouraging direct feedback and regular feedback basically works more than anything, because on that level you're aiming straight to the point where people feel most insecure basically, and you help them grow.
Thank you for sharing. That's a good idea. And now, do you have questions for me? Fernando?
All right, so I really like the part where you're saying that it's not mandatory. So how do you deal with people that are introvert, shy, and not comfortable in, for example, participating in some specific fun activities? How can you include them in something and make sure that they also feel part of the team?
So far, I haven't met with this case because even introverts, also you, Fernando, at least arrived virtual coffee. But yeah, if you're a manager, scrum master, or at least team member, you can kindly ask and let him maybe just connect, hide your camera, mute your microphone, and just watch people and just feel the part of the team. You don't have to interact much, just as much as you are comfortable.
Yeah, we had those. Sorry, for jumping in, I just want to ask something because it's like we had a team member like this. He didn't want to join, and we said that's okay. And I asked him like, do you don't want to join because you're afraid to talk in front of people and you don't want to participate? And it was a yes. I just want to listen, but I don't want to participate. And then we did exactly what Angie said. We just said, okay, you can be with your camera off and just in the listener's mode. And after a few months, he started to participate. And he turned his camera on. And
thank you for sharing, Robert. That's great. Yeah?
And I have a question. What to do with whole team? How to shape? Because a few months ago I tried to ask team whether you want some team building activities because half of my team is situated in Czech Republic and half in the US and we can meet. But nobody say nothing. Yeah. What to do in this case? How to shape, to make more energy to team to meet not only for job, yeah, and social activities.
Maybe just try directly to send them some voting tool where you will select, let's say, dates in like 2 weeks, and let's just really ask them to pick something. And I believe when they pick something and you will really schedule, I believe they would like to arrive. And when the company will pay for like dinner, I believe they will arrive. But those are also difficult questions for me, so I can only guess what to do. But you can, of course, here's my contact, but we know each other from work. You can write me anytime and let me know how it goes, and I will be really happy to help you. We'll see.
I would ask different questions. You know, like, do you want team building, or what do you want to do for team building? I would say, let's do a team building. These are the options. Let's choose.
Yeah. Change.
And then I'll change myself. Okay, so we do the team building, and these are the options, and make it from, I don't know, bowling to several, like, even introverts could find themselves hanging out with colleagues there. Like, you can put like really crazy options like laser game or something for something safe, and people would choose. It's like with children. They want to eat broccoli or chicken. Yeah. They will at least eat something or choose something else.
Thank you as well. Some other questions? Yeah?
It's not basically a question, but I think sometimes we need to consider that some people really don't like hanging around and having stuff like that. So we can become too pushy for them, and that will create a totally different side effect. So it's kind of like when you have someone who is like really, really huge introvert and doesn't like, those people often have one person in the team they actually talk with and share some things. You can approach that person to actually be like person of trust that can give you insight like this, like now I think you are trying too hard, or maybe you should just leave him be and stuff like that. And you would benefit more from doing that than pushing towards, team gathering.
Thank you for sharing. That's really, really great advice. Any other question? Yeah?
I have a question about offline activities, because time difference in my team is 9 hours. And when we meet, we usually discuss work. We have very
offline activity node, maybe you can really try this asynchronous engagement. And I also had a team, and they had 12 hours of time difference. And they were meeting on Thursdays, and they also did on cameras Thursdays, so everyone were supposed to or asked to turn cameras on. And once per 2 weeks, we did really short fun activity. However, for US friends, it was like 7:30 morning, and for India part, it was like 6 or something like that. So try to, even in this small slot, do like Scribble.io, for example. Scribble.io is like for 15 minutes, really. It's quick. And when you set the timer for 10 seconds for guessing, then, you know. I hope I helped you at least a little bit.
Did you try maybe forming 2 teams who are mirror time-wise? Like, well, one thing that comes to my mind is playing chess, and each draw, have 1 draw per day, and one group can meet and discuss it, which are mirror time zone-wise, and the other also mirror time zone-wise, and then something like that. I don't know, did you try anything like that?
Not yet.
Like creating two teams.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Talk to each other because we are mirror time zone-wise.
Yeah, it could work. I haven't tried.
Or something.
I haven't tried, but it's a nice idea. Yeah.
But you can create avatar in some game, and you can play in games together. You can have avatar completely, but you have to be in the same time zone to do it.
Thank you for sharing. Any other question or comment?
I actually have questions, but maybe for you, but for others, like if anyone has experience with this, like I don't want to call it virtual reality, it's a buzzword, but I mean, yeah, where you as teammates can meet in some virtual world or something and engage in like voice communication or something. Anyone has experience like that?
Only like to gather town, where you can be like it's still keyboard and mouse. It's not.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, I didn't mean like using headsets.
We use it for English classes, and frankly, they've been amazing for the COVID times. At least we felt we are in like a room. If you have never seen Gather Town, I'm not sure how safe it is to share work stuff there, but it's interesting platform.
Thank you very much. Any other question or comment? If not, thank you very, very much for joining me today. This room has capacity of 90 seats and it's almost full. And it makes me just freaking happy, and I will be in Dreamland for a month at least because of this experience. So thank you very much. You were great in the audience, and I hope I see you maybe other time, maybe also at my talk. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the fun.
This seems to be better. Yeah, we just found out Beard is blocking the mic, so.
Then you still have 1 minute to go on the shade. Not long.
Yeah, we're probably good to start. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Robert Pieszczynski. I'm part of ACI team in Red Hat. I work as an agile practitioner. And today I want to share a few things about my experience with change management, especially the things and areas where you can fail, because these are the ones everyone loves the most. Before I started, this is just what you can expect from today's sessions. 25 minutes of my long and boring monologue, and then I left 5 minutes towards the end for your interesting questions. I think it's a fair balance. We see how it works in the reality and if we can fit in the time frames. Also, if you have any questions, I know this can be more difficult in person and in reality than on online meetings when you have computer and you can write it down, but try to remember them, write them down, and ask them towards the end of the presentation. And that's just because of the time frames and things I want to cover. I don't want to lose track and make sure we just go through all of the slides because they are all very interesting and important for the topic. Okay, and just a little more details about the areas I'm going to talk today. I'm going to share 4 examples with you of when I think people often fail when trying to introduce and embrace the change. It can be change within the teams, but it can be as easy as like changing something in your life. Like you can connect it with different stories. I will do that through, I had actually 4 stories, but that was too long, so I cut it to 3 stories and 1 success story towards the end. We will talk about some indicators, so what can tell you, oh, I might be doing this wrong. It's a kind of early alarm bell for you. We're going to talk also about how you can manage these challenges. So I realized I'm not doing something which I should be doing. Probably, is there something I can do to improve the situation? And then, last but not the least, what if I already did this and it just the whole situation happened? Is there any way how to reverse the process, how to improve it again? And what is the best way to start the presentation? Is there any better way than with a quote? The author of this quote, it's not that important, but I think the message here is really strong. It says, change may not always bring growth, but there is no growth without the change. And if we just take a few seconds and we think about it, and try to think about it from perspective of your professional life, but also your personal life, like what really shapes our lives? Are the changes or what we experience like that? These are the things that probably build us as a person, as teams. If you think about those changes which happened to you and how they changed you through your life, was it changed that you planned ahead so you have a possibility to prepare yourself? Was the motivation coming from you? Or was it you just needed to adapt to external environment and you could, like, many times in life we face the situation when we can adapt or live. If we go all the way back to theory of evolution, like organisms who could adapt best, survive to new conditions. It is the same in life, in work as well. Like if we manage to adapt to new circumstances, only the companies that can embrace the newest trends, that come up with new ideas and can adapt to rapidly changing market requirements will be the most successful ones. And everyone else will be just there somewhere in behind, forgotten. So from my work as an agile practitioner, I come into these situations quite a lot. I go to the teams, introducing the changes. Sometimes, like, my ultimate goal is always to make this coming from the teams. If I can make the situation seem like it wasn't an idea from my side, but it was their own idea, and they are the ones that, like, that's a golden case scenario, which is very difficult to achieve. But I can see the trends in the people. That's why I separate people in terms of change management in buzzes and, can someone help me with the name of the cowboy? Woody, yeah, thank you. So those buzzes and Woodies, if you don't know the Toy Story, I'm just gonna tell you a little bit more about them. The Buzz was always really positive. He was just going straight ahead to anything what stayed in his way. So optimistic, full of energy. Woody liked his comfort. He liked the old ways, how everything was settled. And there's a lot of prejudice in terms of IT world and how are people here in IT. Lots of people are saying that people here are conservative. They don't like the changes. For last 5 years, I'm trying to break down these opinions. And I can see that people in IT, they actually, yes, they like the routines. Most of us probably do. But they also like to improve. That's why we're just working in the industry with the most intelligent people in the world. So it just hugely depends how you're going to introduce these changes and ideas. And a lot of people need to understand why we're going to do this. That's a super important part. And let's get to these few scenarios or stories which I promised to share. First, I called assuming to know everything. And it happened to me. In this scenario, you don't necessarily need to be as, my friend has a golden retriever, so just for the sake of this scenario, I'm going to call him Charles. There is any Charles here? Don't be offended, please. And I don't know, by looking at Charles, I don't think he has an idea what he's doing. But in many terms, you can have someone with years of experience, ton of knowledge, and it's easy to slip in that word, thinking like, I know what needs to be done. I'm not going to listen to anyone else, and this is how it's going to be, and that's not up to the discussion. And that's a very dangerous area where you can get yourself to. First story, and it's from my personal experience. When I started my first job as a Scrum Master, I had few experiences like from working as a project management manager, managing people, but I was really motivated and really keen to make it work. That's why I started with some conversations with the director and other leadership. They said, we want to introduce Scrum, blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, perfect, I know Scrum, no problem. I came to the team without like even asking team what they think about it. What do they think they would prefer to do? I said, yeah, we're going to do Scrum, like this is how Scrum looks. Here are the ceremonies, definition of done, definition of ready. Here you go, take it. It took us like 2 months to implement everything, and I was super proud of myself, like, people doing this for years, like I've done it in 2 months. Here you go, you're welcome. I can move on to a different team. You can probably imagine how it ended up. When I spoke with the team, after I realized, okay, I should probably consult these people as well, they told me, like, yes, in Jira and other tools, everything looked perfect. We had meetings in place, cards were moving. On the meetings, we talked about cards, we updated the card. But the reality, everyone was doing exactly the same as they did before. But on the top of that, they were doing all of those new things. You can probably imagine that didn't end up so well. And now, I hope I'm a little bit wiser. So I know that at the beginning, it's important to just concentrate on the people, on this why and what you want to achieve, and build the bridges at the beginning. What I did here instead was, if there were some bridges, I just destroyed them all, and also push people to build really high walls between those sides of the river. So it made it extremely difficult for me to come back to the team to gain their trust. I managed, but it was a huge setback. So the important thing or message from this one, if you're going to do any change within the team, within your household or something, just concentrate on everyone who's going to be involved. Don't rush it. Spend the time talking to people to make sure you really understand what is the situation about. And if you're going to go through this process, have people involved as much as possible. If you already did the same silly mistake as I did, then it's just going to take much more time to rebuild the trust, rebuild the relationships, but it's not impossible. We're all people, we make mistakes, so don't be afraid to admit you made one and learn from it. Go ahead. Okay. Brings me to my next slide. I think one of the mistakes people do often is fear to fail. If you're an actor who knows he's going to die for certain in first series or first part of the movie, you probably don't fear anything, and you can still be a great actor and successful. In the terms of us failing, I noticed two trends. Sometimes we want to be perfectionists, so we just fear that we're going to fail, that's why we don't start something. It can be at work, at our own lives, like many people, simple story about, well, after New Year, everyone wants to start with the gym, go to the diet, but they don't start from the starting point where they are. They just want to get like all in at the beginning, having everything done in the first week. So they do 5 sessions first week, eating just salad and chicken and lots of protein. And then they found out like they feel really tired and they can't exercise that often, then they give up. So the sustainable pace is important as well as achievable goals. But in many cases, we can also fear from being successful, because sometimes when we have such a good idea and as it grows in our head and we introduce it to someone and then this just starts to build up, it can be a really scary thing to, like, if you get to that point, you know, it can really work. It can be a success. Then you're like, I never expected this. I probably can't take the responsibility, so I step away or just stop it now. I don't want to see this happening. I have another story for this one, and that goes all the way back to my university when I was writing my bachelor's thesis. And I thought, you know, I wanted to make it perfect. I knew I need to do it when I want to get my degree. So first 6 months, I haven't written a single line. I had so many books, like you could read them probably for 10 years. So many resources, I've spoken to so many people, not a single line. Then a lot of stress kicked in because the deadline was coming closer. So I needed to really redefine, like, okay, if I don't hand over anything, I will fail for certain. But if I do at least something, maybe it will be good enough to be accepted. So I handed over the first version, then we improved it. And at the end, I got A. But I would never get to that A version at the beginning. I needed to start it with something, some draft format. So how you can manage this situation? Within the teams, if we're going to talk about the concrete example now, it's concentrate on something achievable, something which is going to make a real difference. Sometimes we can call it minimum viable product. Then build on that step by step, test it out. If it's working, great, continue. If it doesn't work, just move to something else. First mistake which I identified was that a lot of people don't spend enough time in building the relationships and identifying their early supporters. You can see maybe some connections from this first point with number 1. The difference between those two for me is really like when you put most of your effort, because yes, you need to listen to people, but if you come to the situation, there's gonna be always buzzes and woodies, and you need to find out like what is the real situation in the team, because there can be really loud voices which can steer the mood towards one direction, and everyone can think like, oh, this is really horrible because like everyone's saying just the negative things about this. But then if you ask people individually, you can find out the reality is totally different. And at the beginning, of course, if you're introducing a change, you want to talk to everyone, listen to everyone. But if there is a person who's just going to moan about it and criticize without any constructive feedback over and over, you just need to build a wall for a certain time from those people and just concentrate really your energy and time to people who give you constructive feedback and who are willing to participate in this. That can really help you. This is the story which I needed to cut out, but it's going to be part of the success story at the end. So, but just to sum it up really quickly, this is quite straightforward. Some indicators might be that you're just driving all the change on your own. Every idea, it's coming from you. You need to chase people about doing things, like nothing's coming from the team. You can manage it, as I mentioned, just by to talk and listening to the people. If you already did it, you don't have this early supporters, like this, not a huge mistake. You can still build this team around you in any area that you need to manage the change in. It's just, the sooner you start with building this team, the better. And last but not least, everyone's favorite, scope creeping. I like this meme because it just says, yeah, you can't scope creep if you don't have a scope. I heard from many teams that, yeah, this is great. We're going to do Scrum or we're going to bring in Kanban. That means like, we don't have to have any plan, any commitment. We just do like every day I wake up, I do something. I might update the ticket, but if you ask me, is it going to be done in a month, in 2 weeks? Like, I'm working Scrum. Miracles happen. Sometimes they happen. Sometimes they don't. So you just have to wait 2 weeks, and you will see. So this is a big misunderstanding of some of the agile frameworks by people. And I have one example from my life about scope creeping. I don't know about like how you do this, but me and my girlfriend, we go food shopping once a week. We just rarely do online shopping. And if I go shopping, like in many cases, I just finish the work, I don't have time to eat, and we go shopping. We have a nice shopping list. You can imagine how it usually ends. If I'm hungry, I'm just going like crazy. I buy everything. And then I look back at that shopping list, and half of the shopping list is not even covered, but we have like 10 times as many things as we had on the shopping list originally. So the second scenario, it's imagine doing the same shopping when you are in the rush. So you're not hungry or nothing, but you just need to get it done quickly. Then you end up with the different results as well. And ideal case scenario, when you eaten enough, you have enough time, you have your list, all the time in the world, just go through the shop. All the patience in the world for me as well, because when I can't find something, then I'd rather not have it. Then you get probably as close to your shopping list as possible. How it connects to our work, it's that if you implement the changes or trying to do some changes, always think in the bigger picture, because circumstances can influence the achievable scope, but also if you don't define the scope, that's like a big no-go, number one. But the second one, what can influence your scope, it's some important releases coming up, or Christmas holiday, summer holiday, people will be on the vacation. So I probably don't want to do a massive change with the team in 3 weeks when half of the team or 70%, 90% won't be there. With the release situation, if everyone's concentrating on the release, and if you're pushing to them like, okay, can you make this decision, and can we just introduce this to the team, you won't get the same results that you would get after that release, possibly. Okay, so just to try to wrap it up what I said so far, and when you're doing the changes, like everyone's gonna make mistakes. You shouldn't be afraid to make them. That's how we learn. The bad situation where you can get it's when you build an environment where people don't feel confident to share those mistakes. Then if you manage to build this trust and good relationships, you have a really good foundations for making any changes successful, because it's a big difference. Making a change and make a successful change. If it's coming from the people, you're getting regular feedback, You're just setting yourself towards the right direction to make it right. And considering the feedback, not everyone feels confident to share the feedback straight away, speak in the meeting where we have 20, 30 people. Some people are just, think it might not be that important. Different reasons why people won't share feedback. So try to find as many feedback loops as possible. Talk to people, but at the same time, retrospectives are a great idea how to get feedback from the teams. You can do different surveys. Like more feedback you can get, of course, there is a balance. If you're going to ask people the same questions every 2 weeks, you're going to get the same answers, and then you won't get any answers probably because they will just get annoyed. But if you can find a good balance in this, then you can really get a lot out of it. And I promised you a success story. So does anyone know this guy?
Yeah. Oh, you want his name?
Yes.
He's, I know his last name's Ramsey.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, well done. Yeah. So exactly, this is Craig Ramsey, and he's from Canada. He's ice hockey coach right now for the national team of Slovakia. But before he was a coach in NHL, like the biggest achievement probably you can do as an ice hockey coach. And then he came to this little country with 5 million people as a head coach. And he exactly, I think this is one of my favorite change managers after Ted Lasso, probably. He didn't come there like, I'm the expert from NHL, and this is what you need to do to be successful. He really spent a lot of time to get to know people in Slovakia, the Ice Hockey Federation, everyone around, and then he showed them his vision, and he was trying to make it their own vision. It was super complicated at the beginning. There was a lot of pushback, but I think right now he proved after 5, 6, 7 years that it's really working, and he managed to make a great results with our team. He was also not afraid to experiment. So when he thought okay, this is what can work, and he just found that we don't have the players for this, so he shifted other direction. And this is something, again, with a relation to the ice hockey. So if you don't like ice hockey, I apologize for too many connections. And this is something, I don't know, probably many people said it before, but this came out during my consultation with one of the colleagues from Red Hat about the changes. And I feel like, this is a brilliant idea. We need to have this in the presentation. Success can slow down the change. And it's so true. Don't confuse a short-term success for the state where you want to be. And sometimes, another correlation with Slovakian ice hockey, we were in a real decline. And then in 2012, we went second in the International Cup. And everyone knew that what we are doing with young people, how we're supporting the clubs and everything, that it's not working. But after this, everyone was like, it's working somehow. We got second. How other we could get second? It can be same in the work. If you deliver project on the time, or if you just manage to get that release done, and it means your whole team spent last 2 weeks working 20 hours a day just to have it done, and then at the end of the day, you can't say just, yeah, we did it. It's working. We don't need to change anything. Always think further ahead and the broader context. And that gets us to the end of the presentation and to your questions, if you have any. Yes?
So you said that you were doing project management before. What made you switch to Agile? And does it complement each other, or does it go against each other?
So I think it can do both. It can complement, but in pure theory, these roles go against each other if you look at the pure definitions. And for me, that was what pushed me towards the Agile direction. because I really enjoyed the project management from the beginning. Just like good to, I like to work with people, communicate with people, but there was a lot of business side on the top of that. Tracking the deadlines, checking the budget constantly. In many cases, it was about making pressure on the people, like, we need to get this done, and then call them again, like, are you working on this? And chasing people. This is something completely different from me in the terms, like, I can really get close to the people. And instead of saying to them, I need you to get this done by tomorrow, like I spoke with customer, it's, if we don't get it done, we don't get the project then. Here, you can really come to the team and get the insights from them. What do you think we can improve? I have a lot of knowledge. Everyone in the similar role probably has, but when you come to the team, every single team, you can learn something different. I think that's what the most beautiful part. With the projects, you just know this stress, like you need to get the project at the beginning. Once you get the project, everyone calms down because yes, we got the project. And then the second stressful phase is like, we need to deliver this first part. So that's when you're pushing everyone. But this is like smoother, continuous process and much more about people, not about that business side. That's what I love about this. Okay, are there any other questions?
I have one more. So you obviously work for Red Hat. Have you worked in different companies as well, and can you like compare how agile practitioner job is different, or is it the same in different companies?
Well, I think it differs a lot in Red Hat from what I know. If you say agile practitioner, sometimes it can mean someone works with the team on daily basis, and sometimes just this person works with the whole organization. Sometimes this person can take more from the project management. Sometimes it's more about training, coaching. So in Red Hat, I think which is great that everyone in this role can evolve as they would like to. And if I compare it with other companies, like I worked for the company when they saw, for example, agile coach or scrum master, someone is a manager as well. And we had a lot of conversations about it. And they saw this role more of someone like managing and tracking the project rather than working with people. But I was probably lucky because many companies I worked for have exactly, like understand the role exactly the same as I do. And this is important for me when I was doing the interviews or something. Like, if I know that we have the same definition and we understand the same things under the role, that's where we can collaborate. Yes?
How do you think we can recognize like the short-term success to like the long-term, as you were explaining that, yeah, now I'm successful with something, but next time I won't be because I'm not reflecting.
So it's about learning from the past and gathering some data. So if you want to learn if you're improving, you should have it backed up with some data. And then if you have those trackers, then you can compare it like, we haven't changed anything and we did this really great. But if you can see the similar 10 scenarios from the past, you did really bad, then you can say, okay, this was just one-time success. And if you can see these trends, like sometimes you can find out from the data that, no, we just got really successful in this area and we never changed anything, like what happened? And you might find out, someone from the team started to act differently with the customer, or customer just hired someone else to communicate with the team. Like, it can be a lot of factors, but as long as you have some data to look at and compare it, then you can say, is it a trend? Is it just one-time thing? Okay. Yes?
So do you deal with resistance to change?
That's a difficult one. I think what can help a lot is that starting point, because in most of the cases when I go to the team, it's like, we don't want you here, we don't want to hear from you. Just don't tell us about Jira or Confluence or Scrum. We know how to do our job and leave us alone. If you can show people that your job really is to help them to improve their daily life, and you can make a lot of things easier for them, that can help you with the resistance. So building those relationships, but at the same time, sometimes you can identify some quick wins for the team. One of the I can think of, it's like lots of teams working under a lot of pressure because many software companies have limited resources, lots of customers, so there's a pressure on the team to deliver fast. And if you don't have a process behind it, then just you end up sooner or later burning out because you try to work on everything, you're just jumping from topic to topic. But if you can put some system that can really protect the team from this burnout and that they can prioritize things, it can show it can be a really good sign for the company, but for the team themselves as well.
So basically understand the team level, system level, and the organization and help them to
Understand them, but also build those relationships, because then like resistance comes a lot of time just from people not knowing what to expect. And then our natural tendency is like, I don't know what to expect from this, so I'm just going to push back because someone's just going to, impact my safe space environment, and I don't want that person to do that. If you show people that that's not the case, but you're just here to help them to build that word with them. Yes?
So thank you. So when you speak about this, I feel that it's mostly that the paradigm that we have is that you're talking to a team that's resistant to a change. But what if, have you ever dealt with a scenario where the resistance to change comes from people above, where you have to manage up to convince that if you have your team of supporters, you have your MVP, you have a goal, and then you need to sell that. Because if you just kind of try to power through it, you might be subject to institutional blockers, as I like to call them. So what are your insights for breaking through this type of resistance? What are some effective techniques that you maybe had the chance to use?
Okay, so I mean, maybe start with the Red Hat, because in Red Hat, I never ever dealt with something like this. And I had the different challenges in terms of leadership. Was like, do whatever you want, but I'm going to support it, but I'm not going to push people because it's up to the people. And sometimes just you need to make the decisions. You will, sooner or later, you come to the point when you need to make a decision, especially if you deal with a larger group of people. You can have the endless conversations. I don't have the direct experience like with leadership not supporting it, but I have experience when leadership was supporting it, but what they actually meant was, we want to do this because then, every single developer can book all their time on the Jira ticket. And we can build the customers based on that. We can track their progress. So that was a different fight, but I still needed to have this fight. And I think it was equally difficult conversation. And then you just need to, again, I try to use the data in most of the scenarios that I can. And I show them the projects from the past, like, why you failed in those projects? Like, I have messages from the teams and feedback why they think we failed. And this is what we can improve. But if you're going to do this, we try always. Also, you can try it with the team. Like, if you even know it's a nonsense, you can try just to prove and have the data for. I don't know if that answered your question. Or
it does. Not only does it, at least in part, answer the question, it also exposes a lot of nuance, which is important. Like it also kind of the utmost motivation based on which the resistance you're encountering, on which the resistance you're encountering is based, is also important. Because if a broken process somehow makes more money, that's kind of a hard thing to go against. Because good luck convincing someone to make less voluntarily to improve something else. The other thing that I'll keep wondering about, maybe I can catch you after about, is when the grounds for resistance aren't completely clear. It's just a no.
So that's a very difficult one. And I would say if it's just a no, then the problem is somewhere like much more deeper, and you just need to dig into it or higher. I meant like in terms of deeper, like, it's just no one just says purely no. There has to be some reasons, and unless you know these reasons, because how the collaboration from my perspective like how I can collaborate with someone who just, says no with any reason.
Yeah, I understand, but yeah, this is a maddeningly difficult thing to grasp, because when you can't see what you're fighting, metaphorically speaking, it's really hard to be effective. I think that's not something we can resolve here, but I was genuinely curious about whether you had the experience, and thank you for...
Yeah, I'm happy to catch up after the talk, and but in general, yeah, in some cases, you might just need someone from outside to help to resolve the situation, because there are many scenarios when, like, the trust has been broken already, and no one from within can rebuild it. So you just need someone from outside who can look at it with fresh eyes and just help people to manage through this difficult situation. Yes?
We have an example of that at my employer. The senior team had decided that we'd adopt a certain product. None of the engineers actually doing it wanted to do it. So we all just dragged, and eventually they gave up on it and picked the product which was preferred. And in that case, the failure was to ask enough people early enough for their opinions on it. A small group made a decision.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. But you don't always have the luxury to share, but of course it can, like, if you can share it with people and make the decision and involve more people in the decision, that can help as well. Okay. Yeah, I'm just getting the straight signal that we're done, so thank you very much. It was getting
Hello, everyone. I'm here to talk about one agile transformation and 2 beers. So, has agile transformation just become a meaningless buzzword, right? So, a lot of these transformations that we see are really getting further and further away from people, and companies, organizations are just copying what others are doing. And maybe also just because people are not being empowered to share what they really think about the transformations, and some of the things are just top-down. Actually, this is something, maybe it's not so good like in reading. I found this last night, and 5 ways to screw up an agile transformation. First, call it agile transformation. That is a nice one. Write an agile law book, call it agile playbook. Create a department of agile enforcement, call it an agile center of excellence. Run an agile conversion scheme, call it agile training and coaching. And keep spouting the latest agile buzzwords, call it OKRs. So I was looking at LinkedIn last night. I found this actually interesting, so why not put it here? Because I think it resonated with me. And the reason it resonated, and I think this makes some sense, is because McKinsey and company has a study that shows that 70% of all transformations actually fail. And no, if it shows that 70% of all transformations would fail, why we continue to do that? Why companies want to embark in this transformation train and do this, right? I would like to ask you some participation if you have the mobile phones. Scan the QR code or go to slido.com and use the number. So put your phones up and share your thoughts about why do you think transformations in general would fail. And hopefully if you are able to go there, and things will change there. So, and I think you can input more than one. So go and we'll see things changing. And these are not a comprehensive or total list of the study from McKinsey showed, right? So this probably, there are more, but I wanted to go with this. So, okay, so things are changing. And lack of shared vision is winning. Then lack of alignment, lack of engagement, lack of aspiration. So when we think about why this can fail, right? So lack of aspiration, just maybe the company doesn't even know where it's going, right? So if you don't know, why would you embark in a transformation to a place where you don't know where you're going? Lack of a shared vision, which seems to be winning, but still votes coming in, is maybe the company knows where the company is going, but not everyone in the company has that same understanding of the vision where it's going. Lack of alignment, maybe the company is not aligned where it wants to go, and then if you do a transformation, probably you will fail. And lack of engagement, the company knows where it's going, but the people don't believe in it and they are not engaged, so most likely the company will fail. And we still have some votes. So great, lack of shared vision won here.
What's the distinction you make between these top two?
So the lack of shared vision would be the company has a vision, right? But not everyone understands the vision of going forward. So if you go on a transformation, agile transformation, digital transformation, the chances are that you're going to fail in the long run. And the lack of alignment is just, you might have a vision, and people don't really agree with that, disagree. So it could be something in between those lines, right? So for myself, I don't like the word transformation just to start with, right? So
That's my personal view. Agile transformation, to me, I always think of, I don't know, transformers, right? So someone coming, yeah, it's going to transform. So I don't like personally, right? So the word transformation and agile transformation. When we look at what transformation can mean, a transformation is a dramatic change in form or appearance. An important event, like if you're getting married, getting a driver's license, that can cause a transformation in your life. A transformation is an extreme radical change. So when we are talking about transformation, to me, I have this view of before and after situation, right? So before you're bad, and then after, oh, you are great because you were transformed. The company was transformed, and I don't see it that way, right? So a lot of things that happen is like you are talking about implement these, go with that framework, right? Maybe you heard of the Spotify model, right? So, oh, we should use the Spotify model. Let's put the Spotify belt on, and we're going to be agile in 3 months. And that's really not how it's supposed to work, right? I am a drummer. Anyone here play drums? Anyone? We have 1 drummer, 2, 3 drummers. So you are excluded from this. Anyone else playing other instruments other than drums? Okay, so you have some musicians here. So I'm a drummer. And maybe I will transform you in the best drummer in the world, right?
Even if I have no musical character,
So a negative, right? So if I would say to other people here that I would say, I will transform you in the best drummer in the world. Probably people would think, maybe not, right? Maybe I don't like drums that much. Maybe it's going to be difficult, right? Some people here even might not like music. I don't know. So to come in here and say, I'm going to transform you in the best drummer in the world, it's not going to make sense. My transformation will definitely fail, right? So I need to have other ways to make sure whatever I want to go after, I'm able to do. And I always think of this as a journey, right? So when we talk about Agile, Agile is not the destination, right? So Agile is a pathway forward that we use. We can call it Agile journey. We can call it continuous improvement journey. We can call it whatever, right? But the problem is that a lot of times Agile is set as the destination, but that's not where we should be focusing on, right? So it's really the way that we go forward. These are some of the reasons, and this comes from the 15th State of Agile report. These are some of the reasons that companies initiate Agile transformations. And I think they are all valid reasons. The problem with this is when executive leadership, CEO, CTOs, they decide what needs to happen, and it becomes top-down. So in my previous company, that was actually the scenario, right? So I remember one day receiving an email from CEO or someone really high on the leadership. We are embarking on an Agile transformation. No, there were reasons why we should embark on the Agile transformation, and the bottom line was, now you, employee, you have to do all these Agile courses, and you have to finish by this date, and we will be tracking you, right? So yeah, and I remember we had the pressure to do all these online courses, and after finishing, the Agile transformation was done. Of course, that I think I left before they finalized, but I heard it was not that successful, right? So if it's top-down, you are not engaged, you will do, and then the company or the higher leadership will ask, oh, why did we fail? We don't know, right? So these are some of the reasons that I think are reasonable to start a journey, but not from top down, right? So everyone needs to be really involved. And I found this very nice article talking about the 10 main challenges of this transformation. So I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'm going to focus on the four on the top there, just because I see that is some connections to what we actually have been trying to do at Red Hat. Right, so the first one that is a challenge is the lack of Agile understanding. If we look at the Agile Manifesto deals with software development. It doesn't necessarily deal with business outcomes. And a lot of times, the transformation is really focused on engineering, product delivery. We need to provide products faster to the market. That's all good, but if we just solely focus on that, we are increasing our chances that any effort in transformation will fail. Because maybe we are forgetting that it's not only the engineering side. We have sales, we have marketing, we have a whole lot of more people that should be involved. And focusing on only one specific part might cause it to fail. Another part of lack of understanding is when the higher leadership just says, yeah, we're going to go Agile, but they don't understand what really that means, right? Because maybe they saw it elsewhere, and then you will see buzzwords coming back and forth, and this framework, and the velocity, the sprints, all that, and that just shows a lack of understanding, and that's a lot on Agile coaches to actually coach and mentor leadership on actually the correct understanding of what Agile really means. If that doesn't happen, then the so-called transformation could be set to fail in the long run. Another challenge is related to the organizational culture, right? So the mindset of the organization, the perspective, the vision, everything, it's in there. Depending on the culture, going this Agile can be very, very difficult, a radical change, and people will push back, right? And going in this Agile road, we will definitely break that silos mentality, right? So, yeah, my team does this, we are great at this, I don't need to talk to anyone else because we are great at this, or don't talk to me. And we need to actually expand when we are going Agile, right? So we are trying to make sure everyone improves. And by breaking that silos, it's a one step further to actually being successful. And when we don't think about how the organization is, how the culture is, it's something that could definitely make the journey or the transformation fail. Another point or challenge that I want to highlight is just copying other Agile transformation projects. And that's a good one because how usually an Agile transformation project starts. So the company, the CEO, or whoever, a higher leadership, we need to go and start this Agile transformation project because we need to go Agile. And then what they do, they go to the market and they hire Agile consultants, right? So they go, and the Agile consultants come in and they prepare the Agile roadmap, most likely using a Gantt chart, very project management, like with the deliverables and the milestones and all that. And just this is already a sign that, that's not going to the right direction. But this is how usually it starts, right? So there is a consultant coming in, and the consultant knows everything. The consultant will share the roadmap, will share the best practices that the teams have to follow, and there will be specific framework, specific training that only that consultant is certified to deliver. So, and the thing is, just copying what others are doing, just copying whatever is the model, like Spotify, right? For example, it just simply doesn't work, right? companies will have different requirements, different priorities, different ways of working. And if we don't acknowledge that, if we don't understand that, we are really going to fail in the long run. And the last one I want to share is restricting Agile to pilots, not actual pilots, but in this case, pilots. We are starting an Agile transformation, but first, let's focus on a few teams, or just in this area. Let's do everything in this area, and let's get the results, right? So because the leadership wants to see results. Leadership wants to see metrics just for those pilot teams and see if it works. No, Agile is really about thinking. Agile is really about trying experiments, right? Trying, improving quickly and hopefully easily. So restricting this just to a few teams would be not a so good way to go. What it could be differently here? Maybe all teams are shared and understand the principles behind what we are doing, and they go and take their road with this. And then we gather and constantly we see how they are doing. So the idea of just restricting Agile to pilots, and we do that for 6 months, and we gather results for 6 months, and then we start to think about how we're going to do elsewhere, it wouldn't be a good way. I think if we start looking at it from kind of a innovation adoption curve, right? So understanding who are the innovators, early adopters of this, it would be nice, because then they would come and then they would help put this effort forward of the Agile journey, continuous improvement journey. And then if it's successful from them, the rest will follow, right? So the early adopters, the late adopters. So this is really kind of a way of working with the innovation curve. And at Red Hat, last year, we started this effort of going in the continuous improvement journey, and a few people got together, right? So executives, senior managers, and a few subject matter experts to kind of discuss the idea, how would this journey look like at Red Hat? And we used the open decision framework for that, and the reason for that is that, well, it wouldn't be something top-down for sure, right? That definitely would not work at Red Hat. So we used the open decision framework. And what happened is, after some time, right, so the managers, the executives, subject matter experts, they came up with a vision for this journey. They came up with roles, responsibilities, training, and all that. Everything documented. But the point that was really great about it is that it was an engagement. So everyone was engaged since the beginning, right? So everyone knew what's going to happen. Everyone was really empowered to provide feedback, right? And we received actually a lot of feedback. I'm going to make some assumptions here that what I remember is something like 600, so all in the document, 600 comments from 600 specific people commenting back. No, oh, this doesn't make sense. Maybe you should think about this, right? So from everyone in the company. And what happens is that we receive that feedback, and we are able to adjust that journey based on that feedback from people, right? And this is something that in my previous company, as I mentioned before, I didn't see. It was like, you're embarking on an Agile transformation journey, watch the videos, right? So in this case, it's very different. we are embarking on a transformation journey together. This is what we came up with initially. Now, what are your thoughts? And we received a lot of feedback. It doesn't mean that every feedback we're going to do something, but a lot of the feedbacks, like we incorporated and we changed the way we wanted to move forward. So to me, that was really good, right? And in the end, we get the buy-in from people. No, not everyone, for sure, right? So there still, I'm sure there are still people that don't like what is happening, but we definitely increased our chances of people buying into the idea and thinking more positively of our way forward. So this is, I think to me, this was really, really good. So this is just something that we have been doing at Red Hat. And is it perfect? I would say no. It's not perfect. No, and if I wouldn't have a bigger no, I would put it here. Oh, I have a bigger no. So no, it's not perfect. There are a lot of things that could have been done differently, that can be improved. But we are in the beginning of the journey, and we will see how things will turn up. At least from my perspective, having people engaged in the conversations and them providing feedback, I think it's already a win. Maybe next year I'll be here talking about the success or failure of what we are trying to accomplish with the teams. So the takeaways from everything that I wanted to share here, and with regards to agile transformation or improvement journey, whatever you want to call it, like moving one step ahead on just improving. When we talk about this changes, right? So engagement is really key. We want people to be engaged and participate in what we are trying to go forward, what we are deciding. So that's why feedback is really gold, right? So we want feedback from people. It doesn't mean that we are going to incorporate all the feedbacks, but it means that, yeah, we are acknowledging everyone. With that, we have the buy-in, right? So the buy-in is really essential. Not 100% of the people will agree with everything, but at least if they know that they are heard, that they see that, okay, they heard me, they are not going with my idea, but they are listening to me, they pay attention. So this is really good. And if you have a framework to engage people, right? So with the transparency, like open decision framework, that really helps give the people and the teams ability to just see how things are going. That's what we are trying to do. As I said, we started last year, and I think we're heading in the correct direction, but we'll see. And that's it. And if you want to talk more about agile transformation, or if you have ideas like, is agile dead or not? You hate agile, you love agile. Come tomorrow, I have a meetup that I wanted to hear from people. Is agile dead? Is it not? You love agile, you hate agile, come. We're not going to fight, hopefully, but we're going to have some nice conversation around it. So it's going to be tomorrow at 12:30. And of course, you have my LinkedIn if you want. And that's pretty much it for this talk. Any, questions, comments? Please go ahead.
So, you mentioned you had two different experiences as agile transformation. One was in the previous company.
Yes.
And one is in Red Hat, right?
Yeah, Red Hat, yes.
So, at some point you were providing feedback, which I guess in the first company you were working for, probably this was just like, you take it, you watch it, and then you are ready for it, right? But defining, let's say, having defined the culture of where you're coming from, okay? And this would somehow be aligned if, let's say, your manager would translate this in some way with the strategy and vision of the company. So you were providing some feedback. Did you see any outcome from this feedback in the way that you would say, yeah, actually this happened?
Mm-hmm.
So, and how did you like notice it?
So the question is if we saw, yeah, so the question, to summarize, if we saw from the feedback that we received, what changed? That's kind of a,
exactly,
yeah.
But by what means also? Like, how did you notice that this has changed?
Okay, so go into more detail how we did it at Red Hat. So there was this small team of managers. We actually created 4 specific areas for this so-called transformation or journey, right? So we had a specific vision document, what we wanted to achieve, and actually we had values for that part, right? So what were the values for us to go in this journey? We had roles and responsibilities document highlighting all the roles that would be important in the journey. We had another part of training. So this was the initial idea. And the part of the feedback is actually directly on this, right? So there were people saying, and in my case, I was more working on the training and enablement part. They were saying, this training that you're highlighting here wouldn't make much sense because of this. Maybe we should consider this training instead. Or, I have an idea that maybe we could do a training like this that would help, in this or that scenario. And these were actually, Google document comments people were incorporating. And what we were doing is that we were reviewing everything. And once we would review and we would say, well, that actually really makes sense, right? So, and because we were so into it that when someone came and shared something with us, we said, oh, this really makes sense. So that's where we were talking to people that providing feedback and kind of getting together. So maybe help us align this in the document. And then what happened is that we ended up with, I don't know even how many versions of the document until we would say, that's the final one and share like brother. Does it help answering the question?
Yeah, but how much time does it take? And if you have, let's say, this kind of like spare time to spend on this kind of feedback before you are ready to set the milestone?
So in our case, so how long does it take?
And whether, let's say, this will satisfy everybody, any stakeholder, because it normally doesn't.
No, it doesn't. And so how long did it take, and did it satisfy everybody? No, it didn't satisfy everybody. Not everybody in the organization actually put the time to provide feedback, all right? So that's one thing. But hopefully people knew, because everyone in the company received an email saying, please provide feedback. And I don't remember if it was a month or something like that, where we let it open for people to provide feedback. We were reading in the meantime, adjusting what is needed. So that's where every feedback that we wanted incorporated would change, and we would make a new version of the document. And after we received all the feedback and we decided, yeah, these are the good feedback that we're going to incorporate, then we had, all right, so this is the final document from inputs of everyone. This is the final thing that we are going. And of course, when we did this, the people that were not paying attention before, they came with other, but I have a feedback now. And I remember that we managed a couple of feedback after as well, just to make sure everything was fine. So we had that document. That's where everything related to our journey is, right? So if everyone at Red Hat, where we are going as a global engineering in this journey? Well, look at the vision, right? So look at how you are defining the roles and responsibilities. And one good thing that we are doing right now is kind of a baseline assessment with the teams based on the vision, based on the values that we put there, to understand where teams are. And it's one assessment and for all. So it would give us a very good perspective where teams think that where they are, and would provide us ways to see where might be possible areas for improvement at the organization level, right? So this would be helpful for us. Does it help answering? All right, cool. Yeah, Lutze? Yeah?
I have a question. If you were owner of some company or some C-level executive, and you were about to, you would read an article that adaptive organizations are actually more successful in the market, like out there, how would you, I don't want to use the term agile transformation, but how would you embark on a journey if you were sitting on that level with this power, with your knowledge?
So the way I see it, so with my knowledge, how would I, if I would have a company, how would I embark on a agile transformation or a journey? I would see it from the perspective of what I mentioned before, the innovation curve, right? So if I know who are the innovators or the early adopters in my company, I know that they will want to try, or they are open to try something different, right? So it would be easier to try everything with them first. So trying, what we want to change and getting ideas from these innovators, early adopters, how they see this changing, that would be a good way forward. And it's not like we're not talking about implementing this. It's like ideas from them, and getting the ideas from them. I would see is that they would experiment, right? So that's what Agile is about, trying to experiment. We would have some success from that, some failures, of course. We would learn from it, and after this is starting to kind of ramp up with these early adopters. We would go. Then the early majority of the company would start to look at, what is happening with the company? Why these teams are working so well? We need to kind of see it, and then it's kind of ramping up from there. And it's not like we are calling, the agile transformation started. As I said, it would be a journey. It wouldn't have any sort of time frame, right? So as sometimes we see, this agile transformation will take, or you need to complete it by 9 months. You need to complete it by 12 months. That doesn't work, right? So transformation work, or this journey, would never, in my view, would never finish, because, we can always improve, right? So I would think about as the innovation curve, focusing on the innovators, early adopters, work with them on experimenting new ways of working, try to improve, and the theory of this innovation adoption curve is that then people would follow. People that would go in the end, they would never change anything. But maybe they are not our focus, right? So if we focus on the middle and they change, then it would be, I think it would be successful. There's a question there.
What is your measure of success for the journey or transformation? And do you have any, do you gather telemetry data from the teams that they're actually taking into the agile way?
So the question is, what is the measure of success, and if we are gathering data? So great question. Hopefully the measure of success of any agile transformation, it's not velocity or story points or anything related to that. So that is clear. It's really more on, is the customer getting the value that it needs? And from my case, so this is the last question, I'm out of time. from our case, with these baseline assessments that we are doing, we are gathering the same responses for 100 teams. So we are getting there. And we will understand from these assessments that we are doing what areas from these teams we are having problem as an organization, right? So as example, is it training that it's needed, right? So they don't understand what value is, right? So, and then this is kind of the way that we are looking at metrics, nothing like, I know, or velocity or anything like that. So we are gonna have these assessments, understand where in the organization we have maybe possibilities for improvement. Let's say a lot of teams don't understand if they deliver value or not. That would be an opportunity for us to, okay, so let's investigate further. Let's see what we can do to improve so that teams understand, how to deliver value, or if they deliver value or something like that. Does it help answering? All right, cool. We are out of time, so thank you very much for your time. And if you want, we'll talk tomorrow. Thank you.
talk about develop your team and maximize its potential.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me well. I'm amazed by the number of people here for the first talk. Wow. Thank you for coming. It's truly my pleasure to stand here today and talk about teams, because we create them, we are part of them, and we truly rely on them. However, it's not always easy, and there are plenty of things that can get in the way and prevent teams from reaching their full potential. Obstacles, some are really easier to spot than others, and some are hard to solve than others. But my belief is that together we can get rid of them. And if you wonder for whom is this talk useful or who is the target audience, I would say you. It's literally for everybody. For those of you who are team members, for those of you who are leaders, it's really for everybody. You can be the unhappy team member or leader, the one who is really motivated and satisfied, or the one who is currently frustrated. It's literally for everybody. And keep in mind that we all have different levels of what we can tolerate. And someday you can come to work and be like, oh damn, this is not working well. How come all of a sudden? Or you can be the type, hey, it's not working for years and since I've been here. How come that we cannot crack the nut? I believe today you will find some ways how you can overcome some of the challenges. But I wouldn't go away from you, because being a team member is the building block from the teams. And if you were here for the previous talk with Fernando, we didn't agree of using Slido together, but hopefully you got the gist of using Slido. So take out your mobile devices or computers, either go for slido.com or scan the QR code. If you went to slido.com, use the numbers, and let me know what are the characteristics of a good team member. Maybe you can describe the person in your team, someone who was really pleasure to work with, or someone that you want to become yourself. Let me know what are the characteristics from point of view of being a good team member. You have multiple choices that you can put in there. Just let me know what you think, what is in your mind. Okay, so far we have reliable, that wins, communicative, willingness to listen, respectful, good listener, team player once again, cheerful, proactive approach. I see agile, chill, responsible. We have a few more. Awesome. And I see a few more people are typing. I hope you don't mind that I switch to the next. I prepared my own version in case the technology wouldn't work. I was so stressed out. All of these, what you put here, and the one that I put there, are sort of a human skills, right? Or like the soft skills. We sort of assume if a person is on a team, they already had the hard skill to get in in the first place. But a good team member is literally a good human. Recently I came across this chart, and it simply demonstrates or visualize what makes a good team member, or actually boost the team. You in the center trying and building with your coworkers the trust, mutual respect, and humility. Being humble and human, it's truly important, the way, same way as the respect and trust. And these words can become fuzzy, but I want to invite you to a little recall session or down the memory path. Think about one conflict. It can be the recent one or something that is stuck in your mind as the conflict that happened to you. Do you have one? You could be the active participant in the conflict or just the observer. something from those three, either it was trust, respect, or humility was broken within that conflict. I work at Red Hat. Open source culture is embedded in our veins, and majority of you work upstream. When your pull request gets really awful review, how do you feel? You feel probably disrespected. The person could have done a better job in communication. Maybe you lose the trust towards that person, or you don't feel that person was humble enough. In either case, any of those three were disrupted. And it's that simple. It's really becoming human and trying to achieve all of these three to balance and boost the collaboration among team members. You already mentioned that, at least I saw it in word cloud. Proactivity, and this is a huge one. I usually talk with leaders and the teams, and sometimes from time to time it comes up. I feel the team members just don't care. And I would encourage each of you who are part of the team to be truly proactive, because the way how you show up, it matters. It co-creates the team culture. So if you are bothered by something not working with the team, look into the mirror. The way how you actually behave and the way how you actually act with your team members. What is your role within the team? So don't rely only on the leaders to make everything work for you. The way how you showed up truly matters, and you can influence quite a lot. The proactivity is a big one. Another big one, and I was lucky enough that I was with the teams who enjoyed learning and sharing the information through majority of resources, but I believe a good team member finds joy in learning and never stops. And it really boils down to pure basics, like being open to listen to the others, or being open to reading a new book of ideas that you never thought before, or being open, seeking feedback, or providing one. This one can get challenging or tiring in the long run, but there are multiple ways how you as a team member can boost this up. Imagine you came across a great article, and you were like, hey, maybe let's share it in the chat what my teammates think about this new way either working or technology. It can be any, but it's a behavior to cultivate and empower others within the team to learn constantly. The teams that I worked with, they organized monthly sessions. They shared technical work, what they've learned, so they could participate with one another, or organize pair programming sessions, shadowing, lightning talks, or even recently, there is an entire day once a quarter that is dedicated towards learning. It's really crucial to keep the culture of learning within the team, because it helps us to be motivated and ultimately proactive. And one last that I have here is focus on what matters. I know it can be considered a blank statement, and I'm so guilty of it as well. Recently I came across this sentence, admiring problems. And I'm so guilty of it, and I see many of us are. We keep highlighting the problems. We keep naming them. Sometimes they are not really the problems, but the demonstration of a problem. But we don't act, we just comment. It's like we sit on a beer, somewhere in a pub, hey, the politics. Similar we do in our companies. We keep talking the problems, but ultimately we become what we practice. So if we keep highlighting or admiring the problems, we become that. We become the problem itself. So remember, just focusing too much attention on problems or blame won't get you anywhere. And if you notice this behavior in a team, as a team member, you can stop it by a really simple question. Okay, what you can do with it, or what we can do with it. And if the person keeps highlighting the problem and goes on and on and on, we repeat this question. Okay, so what you can do with it or what we can do with it. And if it continues, you can engage in a discussion by focusing the attention on something that you can control or influence. It has no sense in putting your energy towards something that is out of your control. It's pointless. It drains your energy. So really focus on what truly matters. There are definitely goals that you can engage with. There is something that's happening around that matters more than the problem, which you cannot control. Simply participate in what matters. All right, it wouldn't be complete if I mentioned the role of the leadership. The team member is one part, but the leadership complements it. And when I say leadership, I don't mean the people manager only or tech leads only. You can be a leader by leading a project or some feature development. You are ultimately the leader. So not just the formal leaders. And I believe each of you wear that leader hat from time to time. If you are the leader, I hope you know that. It's like a no-brainer. There have to be clear goals, and it's crucial for your fellow teammates to understand them. I hope this is like a bread and butter, and no needs to discuss. But when we are talking about these functions, if you don't know, there is a great book called 5 Team Dysfunctions that I will guide you through today. If you know the Maslow pyramid, usually it evolves from the bottom. So unless you have the stable foundation, you cannot go up. And the most problematic or crucial part within the team that can go wrong is trust and its absence. So imagine you're forming a new team. They don't know each other. It's really likely they won't trust each other from the get-go. Some people, they start with trust as a default unless you disappoint them greatly, then they lose the trust. But for majority of the folks, you need to gain the trust. They need to feel safe. It's really easy to observe a team without a trust. They are locked up. There is like a huge wall. They won't say anything particular because they feel it could be used against them, or it could be stupid. They don't want to risk. So, hey, I'm an agile practitioner. So, when I see teams experimenting, that's the joy of me being there observing. They wouldn't experiment because they would fear the failure, and they don't have the courage for it. So, as a leader, you can become vulnerable yourself, and it's those little moments which can influence or build the trust. Also this morning, Angie had a talk about building trust and collaboration in hybrid teams. I recommend checking, if you haven't seen it, the recording on YouTube afterwards. It comes down to being human and real. I wonder, anybody know the 5 team dysfunction? What's the next? What's the next stage? Related, it's fear of conflict. So if you fear the conflict, and trust me, hopefully I was one of them, I would shovel the problems that I've seen around under the carpet, hoping they will solve themselves. They won't, and they will rot, and it will become even worse. And what you do by not addressing the conflict, you are creating artificial harmony, which is no good for the team. So you should actually proactively demand a debate, a productive one ideally, discussing real issues. And as a leader, you can do it in 2 ways. You can encourage those 2 having conflict and sit down, or you can be the mediator throughout the conflict. It's a tough one, but as I mentioned earlier, there are plenty of books that you can learn how to navigate through conflict. I won't do it right here, but I'm definitely the one who needed and still needs to learn this skill. And I admire people who can do it just like that, I was like, what you've done? How will you raise that you can address a conflict and demand debate that easily? But I believe it's a skill that that you can learn. I'll ask the very same question. What do you think could be the next stage? Once the team has the trust, they can communicate the conflicts with one another.
Lack of commitment.
Exactly, lack of commitment. And this one is really interesting and observed in many teams. One of the indicators how you can notice that this is happening is through not seeing actually things get done. There is not buy-in. The indicators are there is a decision that was made, but the team was not involved in the decision-making process. So something like, we are going this direction, we will be working on this project, you do it. Okay, I can do it, but what about at least consulting? Is it feasible for me? I don't have commitment, I don't have buy-in, I don't have energy towards doing that. And if we name it even experiment, as a team member who is not committed, I would do everything for it to fail. Because I don't have the commitment. I was not consulted, I was not embarking on the journey doing that. So focus on the clarity, ideally collective decision making, unless you communicate the change properly, and closure. The next stage, what do you think it could be? And this one is fairly common in the teams that I've seen. It's really connected to the commitment. Avoidance of accountability. And when I say avoidance of accountability, I mean team accountability. I don't mean individual accountability. And there is a plenty of deal that you can do here as a leader and as a team member. Imagine we have a team goal. Let's be the sprint goal. Not everything gets done. Common, very common. As a product owner, say, okay, so what else we could do? It's partially was done, I'm happy. Wrong. You're accepting already this state, and you create this culture that if we don't deliver everything, I won't make another try to adjust what we take on us for the next sprint. I know there is a behavior already in practice that if we don't deliver, there are no consequences. And ultimately, I accept being mediocre. So in this case, you can provide the feedback to the people or to the team. It can be, hey, feedback can be positive and negative at the same time. When done constructively, can help the team members and the team themselves. And super tough to do, especially when you are friends among teams. How do you want to provide the feedback if you don't want to hurt your friend and still become a good team member? I have troubles doing that. It's really extremely tough to do. For leaders, if you accept the behavior of lack of accountability within the team, you are creating mediocre team by these means, because you support this behavior by not addressing that. Last one is really interesting. I wonder if anybody could guess.
The lack of results.
Exactly. I bet you know the 5 team dysfunctions. I read the book. Later on, I invite everybody to read the book, because it's just 100 pages. You can get through it in one afternoon. Really well written. It's really eye-opening. This could be demonstrated easily in sales team. So you would put your own personal goals above the team goals or the company goals, because you would get short-term gain on your salary, let's say. Or you are about to be promoted, or there is promotion somewhere close, and you need to do certain things for your promotion. But there are other goals for the team itself. You would opt in for the activity that gets you the promotion than helping the team. It's putting your own personal success about the team success. And what it like how we demonstrate, you don't focus on the outcomes, and you don't care that much about the success of a team. And this can happen also for leaders, so watch out. This is an interesting slide, and as an agile practitioner, it resonates with me quite a lot, because we are usually in teams to introduce the change, ideally help them to get on a better place, not a worse, a better place. But it's not always, it doesn't always go according to the plans nor expectations. I would invite you, if you are about to change something human in a team, to set high goals but low expectation. Because you get demotivated really quickly if constantly your expectations would be diminished or broken. So we are here for the long run. Set low expectations to be motivated. And with that, once again, I would invite you for the Slido. And I wonder, what is the main thing you remember from this talk? Let me know. It's not a rocket science, it's like human stuff. But I wonder, what is the one thing that resonates with you? So you can either scan the QR code or go to the website slido.com. Be a better human being. Stop admiring the problems. Nobody's perfect. The 5 leadership, accountability. Be a better human being. Team building. Denying problems, it's not the solution. Management is also part of the dysfunction. Put the team first. Okay, setting expectations, not goals. I didn't mean not to set goals. Goals have to be there, but set the goals really like in smart ways, specific, measurable, achievable results, or the smart goals, but your expectations low, so you can keep being there and be motivated, because the worst that you can do as a leader to lose the motivation and get eaten by the system. Team goals over the personal goals. And with that, I would like to bring another summary. So if you're a team member, you want to highlight that you truly co-create the team culture, so be proactive. Don't let it only up to the leaders. If conflict arises, it's more likely that the humility, trust, or respect were broken, but these are the things that can get easily fixed by being a human and demanding a debate. There is a charm in learning, and ultimately, if you want to continuously improve, the essence or the prerequisite towards that is continuously learn. So I'm glad that you are at the conference, because you are learning here. And the question, okay, so what you can do about it, or okay, what we can do about it, it's really amazing. It converts the blame into actions. And as a leader, I invite you to read the book, 5 Team Dysfunctions. You already know it. Communicate and set clear goals so they can be really understood. And keep being motivated by setting low expectations and high goals. These are the books. The Team Geek, truly amazing for team members. That's the first infographic I got from. The 5 Team Dysfunctions. I believe it's also accessible online. And if you want to be a better human being and practice your communication skills, not only crucial conversation, but also nonviolent communication is great for that. And I believe we are here for the questions, so if you have any, I invite you to ask me anything. Hopefully I will have the answers. If not, I believe the audience can help. And I want to mention one more thing. With the 5 team dysfunctions, there is also assessment at the end where you can assess your team and see where are you in the pyramid, where are you and your team. And there are direct tips what to do. I should get paid, but it's a really good book.
As a leader of other team leaders, kind of 2 questions, like how large of a team should they have? And then also, how can you effectively get this message to them? Because I'm not you, I can't give them your presentation.
This presentation should be recorded, so you can send the presentation to them. But what I've seen, and it's not something that I came up with, but I was a witness to, if the managers work together or their teams work together, it's good to create the team among managers as well. Like the folks that you lead, create a management team. And it's harder said than, like it's easier said than done, because we expect from team members actually who do the work and who are on the line to be part of the team, but we don't expect the same from the managers. I see Peter over there, if you would like to chime in. It's really, I was a witness to it, and it's a journey as anything, but I would demand the same from the managers. And if they read the book, they highlight this very problem as well. So don't expect only the engineering teams or any other teams to be teams, but also one layer above. But when I say teams, with everything that it entails, the good and bad, the help, the collaboration, everything.
Yeah, so you talked about the goals and the part of the low expectation. Can you maybe give an example of what this low expectation would look like?
Certainly. Where to start? Oh, okay. So the question was about example of setting low expectations but high goals. It can have truly many forms. Let's say the problem within the team is that they don't share information among each other. They're siloed. Hybrid teams, we are siloed at home. And you would think maybe in a quarter it can get miraculously solved by introducing these activities and these learning opportunities. But the quarter runs out and nothing dramatically changed. Your goals were simple and set high. You want them to communicate and collaborate more, ideally through cross-learning. But it didn't deliver the results that you hoped for. Or you want the team to become more sustainable. Let's put it this way. They go for vacation, summer is coming. Not that same amount of work will get done throughout the summer. You want them to manage the capacity slightly better. So the ones that stay at work won't get burnout. You have the goal in mind. It's quite ambitious, it's quite high, but realistic. Set your expectations low. Okay, so if you have numbers, you can measure it. If we deliver 30% with the same people, not being burnout and becoming actually sustainable, and you know the numbers, don't be too ambitious with your expectations. Like set them low, because otherwise you wouldn't be tempted to try it once again in another iteration, because you would feel demotivated that whatever you do won't work. But you have to keep trying. And in order to keep trying, you need to feel motivated. And trust me, I was one of the person who was in despair. I was like, whatever we do, nothing works. But it came from me having high expectations or assumptions.
You said earlier about not idolizing problems, but sometimes you see a problem and you don't have the solution, or at least you don't have anything actionable that you can do, but you just recognize the problem and it's something that needs to be fixed somehow.
Mm-hmm.
How do you deal with that kind of situation? Like, where is the line between keep bringing up the problem because it's something I need to fix and getting into the I'm idolizing the problem?
Mm-hmm. That's a really good question. I was a witness when the team, for example, complains about infrastructure. It's not something that they directly fix, so they don't control it, but they have a feeling they can influence it. So they keep bringing this problem up, so management would see that problem is still there. And in that sense, it makes sense for them. But the more you point finger at the problem and you keep influencing it, nothing is happening, you're becoming the problem itself. So at some point, you simply need to take a step back and let it go. It's hard, it's super hard. But the realization that you cannot do anything about it, you tried different things and it's totally out of your reach, you are eating yourself alive. It's hard, but it's the recommended approach. I forgot to repeat the questions for the recordings. And I was reminded several times. So now the question is about selfish team member. One, you can provide feedback in a constructive manner. And if there is no reflection mirror working for the team member, it's up to the leader to communicate what is truly important within the team and what behaviors we want to grow and keep and maintain within the team. If the leader doesn't do so, we keep the poisonous people in. But it's up on them. If there is no self-reflection, even after multiple trials of constructive feedback, and the leadership, either through communication or through actions, cannot solve this, we are keeping the poisonous people in the team. And it directly impacts the behavior of the team. And ultimately, remember, teams are what we practice. So this is, if we practice this, we become this. And I don't want to blame it on leaders. Sometimes they have tight hands and they cannot do such actions, but it's about the poisonous people and the culture you want to build within the team. Any other question?
Could we do one day presentation together, because I'm also touching team's trust and you as well, and its connection?
Sure. It's my first public presentation. I was so scared. And especially with the full room, but I'm glad I done it. And hopefully, I truly hope you get at least a little bit out from this presentation. If not, recommendations for really great books. Thank you.
Okay. So, hello everyone. Thank you for coming. This is the last session of the day, so I appreciate it even more if you know, if it was something during the noon or so on. So the presentation can on-prem be also cloud, networking made easy. So we will be talking about containers, about networking. I'm Mateusz Kowalski. I also put Ben here for the credits because he's my teammate, and most of the stuff that I'm talking here, it's not only my work, but you know how it is. It's never one person who works. And I work at Red Hat. This is pretty obvious from the deck here, but just for the completeness, I'm working in the OpenShift bare metal networking team. And you know, the title is a bit of a game because we are really called bare metal networking team. But as you will notice during the course of the presentation, it's not only about bare metal. So yeah. Okay. So shortly about myself, so I'm with Red Hat for 2 years now, but I've had a history with Red Hat projects for a long time. My background is academia, banking, telco, so all kind of stuff. I've seen it all. I've seen, you know, different types of customers, different use cases. I've seen what people try to do and try to find an excuse for that. And this is it. Buzzwords, cloud, metal, network security. This is kind of the stuff. I don't do artificial intelligence, even though everyone is doing this, and I won't be doing this. So this is kind of the stuff. And after I finish work, I do farming. So this is something that keeps me sane. So yeah. So this is not like photo from the zoo, but really a farm that, you know, that is there, and I do stuff there. So let's start, you know, the real stuff, the technical stuff, why you came here. Containers on bare metal. One slide, very generic, about why people even think about this. Why people just don't live in, you know, GCP, AWS, name your cloud, whatever. Well, there are HPC workloads, so high performance computing, and those guys, they have their own bare metal, which is fine-tuned for every CPU cycle, for every GPU, whatever they do. They just don't do cloud because cloud is not performant enough. This connects with AI, machine learning, because a lot of hardware for machine learning, this is dedicated hardware, so people just buy it, put into their data center, and this is it. Nowadays, of course, you can buy it from AWS, but 3 years ago, you couldn't. So if you wanted to do ML with GPUs, that was the only thing you could do. Then we have telco customers with the edge. So in general, telco stuff, this cannot be in cloud. You have physical hardware that is installed on top of the building. This cannot be run in any, you know, in any collocated data center. It has to be physically there. Critical network equipment, this is somehow similar. So when you build data center, you have stuff that is there. Specialized hardware, this is what I already said. So GPUs. Interesting use case are specialized NICs. So this is what some vendors are doing now. You have network interface, which can run its own operating system, and you can run workloads there. Of course, it's not fancy workload. You won't be doing machine learning on network interface, but you know, fancy firewalling, this kind of stuff, people do it. And benchmarking, because when you have a server and you want to know what is its performance in numbers, you need to run, you know, on bare metal without any overhead, not even talking about putting this hardware to cloud and then benchmarking. So that would be nonsense. So this slide is very generic slide. It shows a lot of stuff, but the key point, what I want you to get from this slide is that when we are talking about container networking, we may think about a lot of stuff, because you may have, you know, Kubernetes cluster. This cluster has nodes, it has some workload and so on. Then you may have a lot of Kubernetes clusters. So when we are talking about networking, we can talk about cluster-to-cluster communication. We may talk about your end customer somewhere out there in the internet talking to your cluster. But you can go inside this cluster, and then you have use cases like nodes in the same cluster talking with the same cluster, so talking with each other. You may have pods talking to other pods, or let's do it even more complicated. You may have pods talking to nodes, or pods talking to service. So all kind of combinations. From now on, after this slide, we are not talking about anything that is external to one single cluster. So we will be talking about how you communicate with your cluster, how you communicate within this cluster, but we don't care if you have a lot of clusters and you want them to talk with each other. So any federation, this kind of stuff, it's not here. We are focusing on one cluster. We will not go as deep as OVS and this kind of stuff. It's on this slide just to show you that there are multiple layers, and we could be talking about one particular NIC, but we won't be. So it's also not kernel level networking presentations. And yeah, of course, this slide also can be taken in the way that depending where you run your cluster, it may be more or less interesting. Of course, if you just buy AWS container as a service or whatever they name it, it's super boring, there is nothing interesting. If you run stuff on your metal in data center, then the fun begins. So the fun begins when we start looking from a very high level at your cluster. So you have a cluster, let's say it consists of only 3 nodes. It's a very small cluster, but one node is not a cluster. One node is my laptop. Let's assume that to call something a cluster, it must be 3. So it's, it's really distributed. And the very first question is, we install Kubernetes, so we get API, we can run pods, and you can communicate with those pods, all this kind of stuff. But at some point, you get this very basic question. I have 3 nodes. They all run Kubernetes API because this is how Kubernetes works. So how do I talk with this API? Because I have 3 servers, so they have at least 3 different IPs. What do I do? So do I need to pick a server to which I talk? This is, it doesn't scale because you will add servers, you will remove servers. You won't be keeping a list of servers as an admin that you need to talk. So the very first thing to make your life as API user easier is to introduce this concept of API virtual IP, so that you will have one single IP that will have some magic behind that will make the traffic always go to some node, so that you always talk to one single IP, no matter how many nodes you have, no matter which nodes are up or down. You want to be able to always talk to one address, later even to a DNS name, and always land in your cluster. So we will get the API VIP for this, but this is only admin persona. What happens from the perspective of the user? Because at the end, you run some application, you want to make money, so probably you run some web store or whatever, and your customers want to talk to this application, and they have the same problem. So you run a pod. This pod will get IP address. Probably you will know that you create a service, and then you expose pod via service, all this kind of stuff. But still, where does your service run? Because your service will get IP from a private pool, which is service network, yada, yada, this kind of stuff. Still, this is not IP address that you give to your customer because they couldn't even connect there. So again, we introduce, once again, one global IP address that you give to your customers, and you can get the guarantee that whenever they talk to this IP address, they will land in your cluster. So yeah. Of course, someone could ask here, now, yeah, but we could do load balancer IP as a property of the service, and what's then? But I will ask you, yeah, but you are not in AWS. You are in your basement, in this building. So what is your load balancer there? So this is something that we introduce here. And yeah, some technologies there. So we use Keep Alive and HA Proxy, which I will tell a bit more in a moment how we do this, and also why we do both. Why I'm talking separately about API VIP and Ingress VIP, this is a bit of an implementation detail, but I think it's worth mentioning. And this is because Kubernetes natively and OpenShift, because we are Red Hat, so of course I would like to say OpenShift always, but sometimes they force me to say Kubernetes, same stuff anyway. From the perspective of API, Kubernetes doesn't have concept of load balancing API. All that vanilla Kubernetes tells you is that you have API running on every server on specific port. Thank you very much. Rest of the stuff is up to you. You can buy service from someone who will manage that for you. So we need to do stuff there. With the ingress, we are a bit smarter because as Red Hat, we already have ingress operator and concept like this. I'm not sure who's familiar, who's not. But in general, this is the first load balancer. This is the first entry point that you can get. So we have one less problem to solve there. So with API, we need to solve two problems, which is how to expose the API and then how to load balance it. With Ingress, we only need to solve the problem of how to expose it, because the load balancing is implemented as a pods, and that's why we plug it like this. Also, but this is purely about the traffic distribution, you run API, not in every node in your cluster. If you are doing bigger architecture, you have separated control plane from the workers and this kind of stuff. So then you suddenly realize that when you talk to API, you talk to different nodes, and when you talk to your application, you talk to different nodes. So this has also implication on that front. And yeah, also something that we started to realize at this moment when we went from the stage of having API running on those 3 nodes, and then we get, okay, let's introduce load balancer, and this load balancer will be just sending traffic to one of those 3 IPs, depending what's up and what's down. Sounds as easy as it could be, but then you start to realize that there are some problems, and you get this one particular customer who tells you, for example, that we don't want this IP address to float like crazy. In fact, we would like this IP address to never float to a different node unless our data center burns, and this kind of stuff. So you need to start thinking about what are the scenarios that IP address can float. I won't be talking about keep alive the architecture, but in general, how it works is that it exposes you an IP address, which is then announced in our scenario in one L2 broadcast domain, so that you get, for people from networking background, VRRP is the protocol. So in general, it's a protocol using which nodes in one subnet can agree who holds the crown, the IP address. And it's well-defined protocol. It's not something that someone there invented. It's, it's been there for like 50 years, probably, maybe even 100 or 200, depending whom you ask. But the deal is that this protocol is very simple, so that as soon as someone stops responding, you assume they died. And in general, it sounds okay. If your server died, it won't reply to this protocol. It won't participate anymore, which means we should remove this server from the pool. But this is Kubernetes, and there is so many more stuff. Because what happens in a scenario that your server didn't die? It does, for some reason, Kube API stopped responding for a few seconds. It didn't even die. The process is still there, but it just got hiccups, and it's not replying to few packets. So do we want a scenario in which such a hiccup causes the IP to float? Because it has a consequence for customer. I'm not sure if it's probably not written on a slide, so I should explain it. Whenever we float IP address from one node to another, we are terminating TCP session. And it may sound easy, but it has consequences. And most of humanity, they don't care about establishing TCP session once again, but there are people that really care about this. And for them, once they establish a session, they want this session to be forever. And now we go into the part why we put HA proxy. So our topology, if I go once again, is that we have 3 nodes which run API. We put HA proxy in front, and then we plug keep alive D to HA proxy. We don't plug keep alive directly to the API server running there, but we benefit from HA proxy distributing traffic. Why? Because HA proxy dies less often than Kube API, and at the same time, it can distribute traffic to some other node. So now, if I tell you again the scenario in which my Kube API got hiccups, Keep Alive D is not going to notice it, because Keep Alive D only checks HA proxy. HA proxy will be up all the time, and if it goes down, then it means that, world is really going down. But it will notice that Kube API went down. It does that at this moment. It's not going to do any floating. It just, for the packet that arrives, it will send it to a different node, and you will never notice it from the perspective of who holds IP. So in this scenario, for your IP to float, you need to get Kube API down and HA proxy on that node down at the same time, which from our analysis means that really your node is dying. If those two things go down at the same time, you better take this node out of your cluster because it's nothing good. And yeah, of course, there is this thing that you need to tune your health checks and timeouts smartly. You cannot just run defaults. You need, HA proxy to notice kube API death faster than keep alive D. But you can tune it in a very nice way so that you really have, zero floating of the IP addresses unless node is dying. Yeah, so I have also something about the installation, but I'm not sure if this is something that we should be discussing. So how many people are aware of something like bootstrap in place concept? Yeah, you are a person who implemented this, so you don't count. Okay, so in general, let me in 2 sentences tell you a story of how you install Kubernetes cluster. If you want to install Kubernetes on 3 servers, you need to have 4 machines because you first bootstrap fake Kubernetes cluster consisting on 1 node on the machine which is called bootstrap, which then spawns the real cluster in your 3 machines. After those 3 machines are confirmed to have Kubernetes running successfully, you can do whatever you want with this 1 machine. But the point is that in order to start the installation on 3 nodes, you need to have 4 nodes. It can be your laptop, it can be stuff like this, doesn't matter, but you cannot just take 3 nodes and say, I would like to have Kubernetes on those 3 nodes. You need someone to kick it from the outside. And concept of bootstrap in place is addressing this issue. This presentation is not really about this. It's just that if someone was aware of this concept, this slide wouldn't be valid because it assumes that you have this separate bootstrap VM. But if people don't do bootstrap in place, then we don't have problem and you can continue with this story. So now I was telling you about this API VIP, that you have a lot of nodes and you need to somehow manage how this works. And now I'm bringing 4th node. So you could ask me, how do we solve the issue that during the installation time, when the nodes are coming up and down and restarting and so on, your API IP, so this virtual IP, always targets the correct machine, which would mean during the installation, it targets all the time bootstrap machine, and after the installation, it targets only those 3 nodes. And the answer is as simple as priorities. So Keep Alive D is so smart in the way that we configure it that we can say it almost in simple English. As long as Bootstrap VM is up, it should hold the virtual IP. So this is as simple as that, and it's like really in Keep Alive, if someone does it, it's 2 lines of code. You could ask now, if we go deeper into installation process, but Kube API on this Bootstrap VM also sometimes reboots and whatnot. So don't you have a problem that your API IP escapes to those 3 nodes that are still in the process of installation? The answer is yes. It happens, I think, once or twice during the installation from what we benchmarked. But it's not a problem because it's only transient for a few seconds. As soon as the Bootstrap API restarted, the IP goes back again there. So it's a problem that exists on paper. In reality, it's not a problem. And on this slide, I don't have any pointers, so you have to bear with me. You see that API VIP points only to the Bootstrap VM. Post-installation, it moves to the control plane nodes times 3. So exactly what I explained. And at the same time, once the installation is over, we are adding ingress IP, the one that I told you about your application. API VIP is for admin, ingress VIP is for users. Once you have your cluster up and running, then you get workers, and you start introducing the ingress IP. I won't say anything more about this because it's exactly the same thing. It's easier because there is no HA proxy in between, so yeah, but the same concept. You have worker nodes, whatever the number is of them you want to have, and you do it. Some limitations of this stuff, because there are. So scaling is, of course, the first thing, because you notice that the virtual IP always stays in a single node at a time. So if you start having a lot of HTTP requests to your Kube API, it's all going to go to one single node. So yeah, so this is something that can become potential issue. For this, our solution at this moment now is that you can plug your external load balancer. So not to name vendors, if you have some, fancy appliance that is very expensive load balancer, you can plug this one, so then people will not be going to Keep Alive, but to your load balancer. This solution doesn't work today for internal cluster traffic. So whenever your cluster needs to talk to Kube API, because it happens, it will always go via ours. But the scale is order of magnitude different. If you have so much internal cluster traffic to the API that single node cannot handle it, you probably did something wrong. The other problem is that Keep Alive D, in fact, the VRRP, it's isolated to a single subnet. This usually is not a problem if you deploy everything in one place, but then we have customers that, for example, keep nodes separated from each other. So imagine a cluster of 3 nodes and 100 workers. And then they come to us and they tell us, but not every node can talk to every node, because those 10 workers, they are so isolated that they can only talk with each other, but not with any other worker. And at this moment, you see that ingress IP is not doing the job anymore. So for this, we have some other solution in the ingress that I'm not talking at all. If someone is making notes or whatever, which I doubt, it's called sharding. It solves this issue, but it's something different. A bit about DNS, because it's all about IP addresses till now, and it's so ugly, and people don't want to remember IP addresses. So in general, we have this concept that you have your cluster. So you'll have, api.cluster.com. Then you will have, webapp.cluster.com. You will have also API int, which is API internal. And this is for this, what I told you, that cluster needs to talk with itself. But now, chicken egg problem. We are bootstrapping a cluster. So I just got 3 servers to my, to my data center. In fact, 4, because I need the bootstrap. So now what? Seriously, am I trying to tell you that in order to install the cluster first, I need to go to my DNS, which I don't have because it's brand new data center. I need to install DNS somewhere first, create those records, and then start installation. So no, it's bad. It's, if someone told me to do like this, I would go to some other vendor. So we solved this problem by running locally core DNS as pod, but implementation detail on every node from the moment it boots, creating the configuration for those well-known names that you tell us, in the install configuration, so that from the very beginning of these servers being booted up, they have those records, which we tell you in the documentation. Please go to your upstream DNS and configure them. But at the same time, we configure them ourselves so that if you didn't do your homework well, we do it for you so that you don't notice. Of course, if you don't do it at some point in your upstream, other stuff will start fading and you will not get external traffic, but at least the installation succeeds. This is kind of, we don't want you to do a lot of housekeeping before you even start the installation. A bit more implementation detail there for someone who ever opened resolve.conf file. You always see that, stuff generated by network manager, please don't modify. Then you see a lot of stuff, and somewhere, usually if you do systemd resolved, you just see name server localhost, and then you keep thinking, how the hell is it working? So one important thing is that when you run containers on a host, I would like to say always, but I cannot say that because someone will give me counterexample. They very often just blindly consume resolve.conf of the host. So now what happens? If I run DNS as a pod, it runs some local host. I run some other container, and I tell this container, you have DNS on 127.0.0.1, and I think that it will reach core DNS. This is not true because they are namespaced. So the trick for this is to tell this other pod that your DNS is available on the external IP of this server where both pods live. If you ask, yeah, but then this traffic is going out and back, this is nonsense. Thank you, kernel networking guys. traffic like this will never go to the wire. So even if you don't have any network interface, this traffic will just go because of routing magic. And Network Manager is there because Network Manager tend to modify resolve.conf every time you do anything with the network. If you unplug the cable, it will mess with your, it will mess with your resolve.conf and so on. So we are using something that is called dispatcher scripts or hooks, so that we always make sure that whatever happens with Network Manager, our config always contains the core DNS pod. So it's we effectively run our own DNS because we know that customers don't do it often good. Okay, now we are changing the story completely, and we are going very much into Kubernetes and how to run Kubernetes. So I will be talking about a concept called node IP, and long story short, you run Linux binary, not even Kubernetes. This binary is going to receive a traffic. So what happens at the level of Linux? You need to bind this application to some address, right? You can be lazy and you can tell it bind to, to : and it binds everywhere. But if you want to do stuff a bit more, secure way or you name it, you would bind it to a specific IP address and to a specific port. So let's go Kubernetes. And if we are in a cloud scenarios, you go to AWS EC2, you buy a VM, this VM has one network interface with one IP address, you don't have any problems. But now question, if I have a server which has 10 network interfaces and 20 IP addresses, and I want to run kubelet with the API server, what do I do? Like seriously, what is my topology and where do I bind? Because I don't want to bind everywhere. I don't want suddenly to all the interfaces to be able to receive traffic to kubelet and all this kind of stuff. So of course, kubelet is not stupid and it allows you to do this stuff. And this is exactly the, So you see, -- node IP. This is the smart parameter that means kubelet, please bind your API to this IP address. And that would be very, very easy. But now we go back to this scenario of a server with 10 network interfaces and so on. If I don't tell kubelet which particular IP I want, it will do something stupid and it will select some IP. But at the same time, how is it going to know whether this IP is really the IP that you as an admin talk to the server? It has no knowledge. I have this knowledge because I was defining this API virtual IP and all this stuff. But kubelet on its own is as stupid as a single binary running on a single server. So we need something additional. And now, OpenShift specific stuff kicks in. And this is the component which we call bare metal runtime CFG, but it's some runtime config. And this is component that will be, in fact, responsible for configuring kubelet to always run on a proper IP address, because this component knows your network topology. So it knows your virtual IPs, it knows how many network interfaces you have and all this kind of stuff, so that we are bypassing the fact that kubelet logic is not smart enough. And yeah, it's not something that we can always put upstream, because we don't put upstream this concept of API virtual IPs and so on. It doesn't belong to Kubernetes upstream. It's something that is specific to running stuff on-prem or sometimes in a cloud. So yeah, it looks complicated and it is complicated. I will not be reading you these design details. It's only that I want to tell you that you have -- node IP param. Then you have -- address param, which I will not explain at all. Bear with this. It's confusing and you have to handle this. And also you have -- cloud provider to put even more fuel to this fire. And you have this table that tells you what's going to happen if you put some value or if you don't put any value. And it tells you that if you don't put any node IP, then it binds everywhere. If you put one IP, it binds to this IP. If you put two IPs, you think it will bind to these two IPs, but this is a lie, and this kind of stuff. And then we are starting to work on a cap that will allow you to say even bind to any IP that is from this this, you know, this stack. So bind to any IP, but only v4. And, you know, it's really a mess. It doesn't touch the address field, and it doesn't do anything with cloud provider. But cloud provider is a mess, because this table is not covering everything, because this table is not telling you, is this configuration different if you use cloud provider or not? So I want you to look into this line here. So node IP has 2 IP addresses, 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D. So, you know, you assume that it will bind to this IP and to this IP, which sounds reasonable. It's a very simple dual stack application that uses one IPv4, one IPv6. And remember this case, because it's going to fire in a moment. We are, for a moment, diverging from the VIPs, sorry, from the kubelet itself, and going into these heuristics of our stuff. So if VIP is used, everything is easy to choose the node IP because we know where the API lives. You don't always have the VIP, and then you have problem, but we solve this problem by saying, yes, you don't have virtual IPs, so maybe you have some strange load balancing, but you have a default route, and default route will always be there. If you don't have default route, then you won't run in a long term anyway. So this is how we solve it. It's you know, it's very small, neat, but some people need it. Of course, there is a lot of corner cases because, you know, what if you have a lot of IP addresses in the same subnet? What if you don't have any, you know, default gateway? What if you want kubelet to bind to multiple IP addresses? Or, interesting, what if your IPv6 address is not really IPv6? And this will be, again, remember, that's the second thing to remember. The hint, I will skip this because it's purely override. Okay, go back to the first example which I show you, 2 IP addresses. I want kubelet to bind to 2 IP addresses. So I do it, node IP 129 something, comma, if E80. I start kubelet, it tells me, oh, sorry, failed to run kubelet, dual stack node IP not supported when using cloud provider. Oh, thank you, kubelet. It's very nice that you told me in the, you know, in this huge table about supported configuration. So the question is, so how do you do it? How can you run kubelet with a cloud provider dual stack? The answer is you cannot today. Thank you very much. The stage is yours. No, like seriously. Before 127, you couldn't, and this is it. We are hacking this around by doing some tricks in OpenShift, but in vanilla Kubernetes, you just cannot. The second thing from our stack, IPv6 addresses. This is RFC. I'm not going to read this RFC, but I will show you in a moment IP address, which is simple stupid. But this RFC gives us 2 classes of IP addresses. And the first one is comma, comma, IPv4 address, like numerical. The second class is comma, comma, FFFF, comma, comma, sorry, colon, colon all the time. Yeah, my English sucks, whatever. IPv4 again. /96 looks like perfect IPv6 address. The space is so big. Now, we go into programming class 101. All the standard libraries of most common languages have a function is IPv6, which you give a string which is IP address, and it's supposed to tell you true or false depending whether IP address, you know, is IPv6 or not. Sounds easy. You go into implementation of this function, and it's almost always as simple as if string contains colon, return true. Well, those IP addresses perfectly match, right? Well, they don't really. Okay, it's visible. Oh, that's luck. So what I'm going to do, netcat-l listen on this IP address. So FFFF colon and then IPv4, exactly like RFC says, and some port. And in simple English, it means netcat, please open a socket which will be listening socket bound to this IP address. And netcat tells me, sorry, no. Okay, but it should work, like seriously, it should work. So what do? I do strace, and I see something interesting. We won't be doing kernel, you know, kernel stuff here. I just want you to notice that in this command, listen, this IP address, it tries to open a socket which is inet6, so IPv6 socket, and it fails. In the second command, I'm telling netcat explicitly, open IPv4 listening socket on this IP address, FFFF colon, like RFC, and it succeeds. And I leave it as a homework. The name, if someone wants to Google for this, is IPv6 mapped IPv4 address. Thank you, whoever invented this. I don't want to meet this person because it's ugly as fuck. But like seriously, this IP address is what I wasted probably like full 3 working days recently, because someone fed my configuration, which was IPv6 configuration, with this address, and that was why it's not working. And you see how far you need to go, because Netcat doesn't even give you reasonable error. It just tells you bind to address invalid argument. Like what's invalid there? So life is sad. So yeah, this is the last slide, in fact, kind of a summary. So I joined the bare metal team. Yes, out of time, so 1 minute. I joined bare metal team because I thought I would be doing physical hardware bare metal. And then what do I have to deal with? Like cloud providers, because people install stuff on vSphere. People install stuff on OpenStack, which to me is cloud. To everyone, OpenStack is a cloud. But then you come and all those concepts that I told you about, they are equally valid for any vSphere deployment, for any OpenStack deployment, for any private cloud. So I really, in the past half a year, needed to revise my understanding of what bare metal and what on-premise means, from thinking that the only case of bare metal is the server that stands there, to the case the only non-bare metal environment is AWS, and it really breaks some concepts in your mind what you've been learning for the whole life. But yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, so this is the end. We are 1 minute after time, so we can take questions offline or just go and get a beer or whatever, because it's so late that yeah. Thank you.